Chapter 787. During the more than 2 years of Yang Chen's alchemy, Gong Sunling also went out to gain experience and returned to Chunyang Palace again. When Yang Chen went to see the head of the palace, the 4 women had already rearranged their seats. Gao Yu was obviously the big sister of the women. There was no doubt about this, and no one had any objections. Shi Shanshan was the second sister in terms of age. Gong Sunling was ranked third, and Sun Qingxue became the youngest sister. When Yang Chen was not there, the 4 women were very harmonious. It seemed that the 4 women were obviously divided into 2 small groups. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling came out of Chunyang Palace together and were very close, while Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan were closer. Yang Chen looked at the 4 women who were getting along well together, and there was a kind of unspeakable pride in his heart. In his previous life, he dared to have such extravagant hopes. To be able to marry the famous cold plum fairy and dancing snow fairy, and also to accept his most beloved master and most regretful senior sister at the same time. Even the Jade Emperor at that time, it was estimated that he did not dare to have such an idea. Now, it would soon become a reality. How could all this not make Yang Chen feel proud and satisfied? Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan finally arrived at the time to return to the sect. Each of them had 2 1/5 revolution Lingji mushroom jade pill with them. The head of the palace agreed with the 2 women that they would first follow Sun Qingxue to the Blue Cloud sect, and then go to the Green Jade Immortal Island with Shi Shanshan. The conditions proposed by the 2 major sect, Yang Chen had been fully satisfied, and naturally he would once again propose to the 2 major sect. In this regard, the 2 women had no objection and agreed with a red face. The head of the palace was also an elder of Yang Chen at the moment. In front of the head of the palace, they also had some shyness of a little girl. Reluctantly bidding farewell to Yang Chen, the 2 women set off with the head of the palace. Yang Chen had been watching the team get out of his line of sight, and then he gave up. The marriage proposal was handled by the head of the palace, and Yang Chen had other arrangements. It had been 32 years since Yang Chen left Mu Bo. Yang Chen had said that 30 years later, he would pick up Mu Bo and his family back to Chunyang Palace. It was time to fulfill his promise. Gong Sunling had been wandering in the territory of Taoism recently. It was said that she was training, but she was basically completing the geography of Taoism on the geographical map of mountains and rivers. In the past few years, she had already traveled to the core places of Taoism. On the geographical map of mountains and rivers, there was at least a map as big as the East Sea. Yang Chen went to the demon race's northernmost territory. Together with Gong Sunling, they made up for this part of the territory. After a little preparation, the 2 set foot on the road to the north. The head of the palace came to the Blue Cloud sect this time. He was completely holding his head high. Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan both knew why the head of the palace had such an attitude, but no one said anything. Sun Qingxue's heart was even very sweet, and there were many more expectations. The appearance of the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill was really like a nuclear bomb. It almost made the Blue Cloud sect's top executives faint. Sect Master Liu looked at the 2 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pills sent by his disciples, and his brain seemed to short-circuit, and he lost the ability to think. He thought that with the restriction of this 5th grade medicinal pill, without hurting the friendship between the 2 sect, he could let Yang Chen marry Sun Qingxue when he reached the Deshang stage. This was good for both sides, and in order to meet the requirements, Yang Chen would be more diligent in studying alchemy, which could bring more benefits to the Blue Cloud sect. The preparation of the 5th grade Qi nourishing pills was to leave a way out for Yang Chen. At that time, the Blue Cloud sect would marry Sun Qingxue, and Yang Chen would be grateful to the Blue Cloud sect because of this arrangement. The Blue Cloud sect would easily gain the friendship of a future alchemy master. Even if he went to the spiritual world, he would still be in the hands of the Blue Cloud sect. The Green Jade Immortal Island also had the same plan. first set the conditions, and then finally grant the results. This method of loosening the reins only to grasp better, the two major sect played it to perfection. However, all of this in the hands of the two fifth-grade Lingji mushroom jade pills, all turned into bubbles. The foresight when making this arrangement before has completely turned into shock. The well-informed sect master and the elders of the Blue Cloud sect were shocked and could no longer speak. The authenticity of the medicinal pill no longer needed to be verified. The Blue Cloud sect's medicine hall master took it for a full 2 hours. In addition to being stunned, there was only amazement. And Sun Qingxue has already said that this medicinal pill was refined under the eyes of her and Shi Shanshan. There was no fake at all. Yang Chen was already a fifth-grade alchemy master. This news directly shocked Sect Master Lu and several Desheng stage elders. In this world, was there really a fifth-grade alchemy master? Sect Master Lu had seen the fifth-grade medicinal pill, but it was refined after the consciousness clone of the predecessors of the heavenly court descended, and it was only the simplest qi nourishing pill. In the case of 99% memory loss of the predecessor, it was only at the last moment that he succeeded in refining it by relying on the alchemy technique that he had practiced for a long time. After the success, the consciousness clone lost its life. Now, the Lingji mushroom jade pill, which was known to be able to treat all injuries below the Yuanying stage, had actually appeared as a fifth-grade medicinal pill. How could this be a shock? What kind of a heaven-defying evildoer was Yang Chen? What kind of dog-shit luck did the Chunying Palace have to have such an outstanding disciple? After the initial shock, Sect Master Lu was worthy of being in charge of the Blue Cloud sect for many years, and soon recovered the ability to think. Such an excellent and heaven-defying level of the future alchemy master. No, the current alchemy master, if the Blue Cloud sect did not catch him, it would be the biggest fool in the world. When is the wedding? The most direct answer was to ask this question. Now, was there anything more important than immediately using marriage to tie Yang Chen and the Blue Cloud sect together? Let's first settle the marriage and wait for the two injured elders of your sect to recover from their injuries. Then the wedding is not too late. The master of the palace had never had a moment in front of Sect Master Lu of the Blue Cloud sect. Even when he took the questioning inner heart pill, he did not have such a feeling. The meaning of the master of the palace was very clear. Don't say when the wedding would be. Look at the authenticity of the fifth-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. This medicinal pill was originally refined for the two injured Desheng stage masters and wait for their injuries to heal, to prove that this medicinal pill was not a fake thing. At that time when the wedding would be determined, so as to avoid what the Blue Cloud sect would say in the future. This was not the conditions set before the master of the palace took the opportunity to respond to the Blue Cloud sect. But at this moment, the initiative has undergone earth-shaking changes. Chapter 788. Everyone wanted to know how the effect of this fifth-grade medicinal pill was. Therefore, including the head of the Chunying Palace, Sect Master Lu of the Blue Cloud sect, and a group of high-level officials, all appeared in front of the two injured Desheng stage elders. The two elders who were recuperating didn't know what had happened at all. They were carried by a few familiar elders and servants to a room with a spirit vein that had already been arranged for them. Then they saw a bunch of people with faces full of anticipation. Because of the serious injuries, the two could not control their appearance freely. At this moment, both of them looked like old women. Their hair was white, and their faces were full of wrinkles. Even breathing was a little difficult for them. Their muscles were loose, and they were trembling unnaturally. At first glance, they looked like two old women who had one foot in the grave and were about to die. They had nothing to do with experts. The two medicinal pills were sent to the hands of the two people. An intention was self-evident. The two elders of the Desheng stage, even if they were behind closed doors and ignorant, they found the extraordinary medicinal pills in their hands. The 5 pill inscriptions on the pill directly shocked the two of them. If it weren't for the fact that they were forcibly suppressing their injuries and had an incomparably firm will, perhaps the two of them would have been so shocked by this pill that their injuries would have been triggered and they would have vomited blood. 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. Who has ever seen such a heaven-defying thing? In the eyes of the 2 injured elders, this was no less than an elixir. Almost without hesitation, the 2 of them each took a medicinal pill, forcibly put on a cultivation posture, and began to digest the medicinal power in the medicinal pill. However, this move was purely superfluous. As soon as the medicinal pill entered their mouth, it turned into a warm current and quickly penetrated into the limbs of the 2 people. The meridians that were almost completely broken began to recover under the influence of this heat flow. The trace of overbearing but very gentle medicinal power began to repair the damage to those meridians, little by little. Every moment, the 2 could perceive the changes in their bodies. The meridians that had been completely uncontrolled were recovering little by little, which made the 2 elders of the Deshang stage overjoyed. The reason why their injuries were so severe was that they couldn't even use their own spiritual power to repair themselves, nor could they use the power of others to recover. Now that the pills were recovering bit by bit, their control over their bodies was also strengthening bit by bit. This was completely a sign of recovery. In a very short period of time, about 1/10 of the meridians' injuries had recovered, although it was not comparable to when they were at their peak. In this state, they could already start to slowly mobilize their own spiritual power. However, under the state of serious injury, his spiritual power was also almost exhausted, and there were only a few strands left in his body. Even if the 2 of them tried their best to control it, they could only barely lift it up a little. Even so, this was still an amazing improvement. Compared to before, when they couldn't use any spiritual power at all, it was like heaven and earth. With this trace of spiritual power, the recovery of his meridians seemed to have sped up a little. His internal organs also began to join in the recovery process. His internal organs, which had been severely damaged and were on the verge of shattering, seemed to have been glued together by the medicinal power. It warmed the broken wounds and slowly healed them. The medicinal power was extremely overbearing, but it was endless, but it did not bring any damage to the body. In the impression of the 2 Deshang stage elders, after a while, they had already made the completely uncontrollable body have signs of being able to command. This process of improvement was constantly deepening, and more spiritual power began to join in this process. For their own body, there was nothing better than the nourishment of their own spiritual power. With the help of the medicinal power, the spiritual power of the 2 elders also began to slowly recover. It was a process of mutual promotion and supplementation. The medicinal power repaired the injuries of the meridians and internal organs, so that the 2 elders could slowly mobilize their spiritual power. In turn, the nourishment of the spiritual power accelerated the healing of the injury and promoted the further effect of the medicinal power, complementing each other. The healing process was getting faster and faster, and the medicinal power seemed to have begun to penetrate into the 2 elders' sea of consciousness. Most of the elders whose sea of consciousness had been destroyed soon discovered that the almost collapsed sea of consciousness was slowly recovering, slowly expanding, and the spiritual awareness was also rapidly improving. The recovery of the spiritual awareness, in turn, led to the recovery of the sea of consciousness, which was also a positive process of promotion. The top executives of the Blue Cloud sect and the head of the palace were staring at the 2 elders nervously. They were surprised to see the 2 seriously injured elders, who had already been dispirited to the extreme and only had a little vitality left. In front of them, it was like 2 old trees that slowly sprouted new buds, little by little blooming vitality. With more and more vitality, the breath of the 2 elders began to slowly stabilize, no longer the image of an old man, and the wrinkles were reduced a lot. Although they still had white hair, they were already very spirited. This process was still constantly changing. The momentum of the 2 elders also began to slowly improve, and the aura of the masters of the Dashang stage was also returning to the two. Their breathing, which was originally rapid, was gradually slowing down, becoming longer and denser, and the spiritual power around the two elders had also gathered a lot. At this point, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least in this situation, the worst kind of injury has been maintained. Even if the medicinal power has no effect, the two elders could rely on their own cultivation base to recover. At most, in a few decades, they could become the masters of the Dashang stage who could shake the world. The previous injury, even after hundreds of years, was not necessarily able to recover. Now, in a few decades, they could recover as before. The efficacy of the medicinal pill was evident. However, this was not the end. In the eyes of everyone's nervous and expectant eyes, in just a short period of 1 month, the two masters of the Dashang stage, who could almost be said to be dying and waiting for death, had undergone a reborn change. The wrinkles had completely disappeared, and the appearance of the two elders had been restored to the appearance of two middle-aged women. Except for the white hair, there was no trace of the characteristics of an old woman, and the momentum of the two rose all the way to the peak. A month later, almost at the same time, the two white-haired beauties stood up. The spiritual power of their whole body was surging, and the momentum was soaring. Where was there any sign of injury? The two women looked at each other, as if they had a tacit understanding. They stood on the opposite side of Sect Master Lu, bowed deeply to Sect Master Lu, and said in unison, "Greetings, Sect Master!" Chapter 789. With this bow, it could almost be said that the two women had completely fallen to Sect Master Lu. Everyone understood the preciousness of the 5th grade medicinal pill, and such a medicinal pill was obviously not what the Blue Cloud sect could refine, nor was it owned by the Blue Cloud sect. As the users of the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, they knew better than anyone what these two medicinal pills meant, and as the elders of the Blue Cloud sect, they also knew that for these two medicinal pills, what kind of price the sect would pay and how much Sect Master Lu would owe. The life-saving grace, plus the resources of the questioning inner heart pill in the hands of Sect Master Lu, was enough to make anyone completely become Sect Master Lu's people. Even if their injuries were caused by Sect Master Lu sending them out to find the secret plane. But both women knew that Sect Master Lu did not force them, but asked for their opinions and promised to let them choose half of the benefits of the secret plane resources. So they were tempted, they couldn't blame others. When they reached the realm of the Dashang stage, whether it was karma or not, they could see it clearly, so the two women did not hesitate to turn to the side of Sect Master Lu. For Sect Master Lu, this was simply an unexpected surprise. The two Dashang stage elders who originally opposed her own allegiance also meant that she would be in charge of the Blue Cloud sect from then on, and there would be no opposition. The Blue Cloud sect was also more united, which made Sect Master Lu ecstatic even more than getting the allegiance of the two Dashang stage elders. Everyone was pleasantly surprised, and there was no doubt about the effect of the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. Naturally, Yang Qin, who could refine this kind of medicinal pill, had become the object that everyone had to look up to. Even if all the disciples of a super sect, like the Blue Cloud sect, who specialized in alchemy were added up, they could not match the height that Yang Qin, an alchemist master, could reach. May I ask, Sect Master, where did this 5th grade medicinal pill come from? The two white-haired beauties asked this question almost at the same time. This question had been buried in their hearts since they had consumed the medicinal pills, and if they didn't ask it clearly, it would simply cause them to feel as if 100 claws were scratching at their hearts, and it was unbearable. This is the healing medicinal pill that the alchemy master of Chunying Palace, Yang Qin, specially refined for you. Sect Master Lu did not hide it and quickly replied, Yang Qin of Chunying Palace? The two of them were shocked. A 5th grade alchemist? It was not the first time for them to hear the name Yang Qin. He was involved in the questioning inner heart pill, and now he was involved in the 5th revolution medicinal pill. But as far as they knew, Yang Chen was just a junior in the gold core stage. How could it be possible? Little Shui and the Green Jade Immortal Islands, little girl, witnessed Yang Chen's alchemy. Sect Master Lu forcibly suppressed a shock and pretended to be calm and said this sentence. Now no one doubted the authenticity of the 5th grade medicinal pill, but this fact was really shocking. There was actually a 5th grade alchemist master in the mortal world, and he was only a 5th grade alchemist master in the early Jidan stage. If his cultivation base was really raised to the Yuanying stage or the Deshang stage, what would it be like? 6th grade? 7th grade? Not to mention the spiritual world. Even in the immortal world, such a grade was already a supermaster in the alchemy world. Now it was only in the mortal world. What monstrous genius, what master! It could no longer be perfectly expressed. There could only be one word to describe the current state of Yang Chen. His future was boundless. Such an alchemy master, if the Blue Cloud sect missed him, it would be the biggest fool in the world. At this time, the most important thing was to firmly grasp Yang Chen. Now, the most proud one was probably the head of the palace. He saw with his own eyes that Yang Chen's medicinal pill cured 2 Deshang stage masters who had almost been completely crippled in just 1 month. The efficacy of this 5th grade medicinal pill would no longer be doubted. Even if he was not the refiner of the medicinal pill, he still felt that kind of sincere pride. Even in front of so many masters of the Deshang stage, in front of a group of high-level people inside the Blue Cloud sect, the head of the palace could now hold his head high, no longer in the previous, slightly cautious state. He had truly become an equal collaborator. All of this was thanks to Yang Chen's 5th grade medicinal pills. The group once again returned to the main hall of the Blue Cloud sect and sat down according to the guest and host. The marriage of Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue was once again put on the agenda. The marriage should be settled first. As for the date of the marriage, we will talk about it later. The initiative had undergone a complete change, and it was the Blue Cloud sect that was anxious, not the Chunying Palace. The head of the palace spoke with full confidence. Yang Chen also said that his current cultivation method is not suitable for him to lose his virginity. When the body refining is successful, he will get married together. Everyone had seen the shape of Yang Chen, and they all understood that Yang Chen was cultivating a unique body refining technique. When the head of the palace said this, no one could refute it. They couldn't let Yang Chen destroy his cultivation to marry Sun Qingxue. Fortunately, the head of the palace said that they should first settle the marriage and settle the status first, which was an acceptable idea. Everyone nodded in agreement. As long as there was this status, coupled with the previous friendship between Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen and the Blue Cloud sect could not be separated. Next, in addition to discussing the details of the engagement, the head of the palace took the initiative to tell the high-level members of the Blue Cloud sect that Yang Chen was willing to make an alchemy every 25 years. Naturally, those conditions must be said. For the Blue Cloud sect, this was great news. Yang Chen became a 5th grade alchemist master, and he was still willing to make a move for outsiders. With the relationship between Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen, the Blue Cloud sect could also seize the initiative, not to mention that the Blue Cloud sect and the Chunyang Palace have been cooperating happily in recent decades. As for the success rate of alchemy materials, it was not worth mentioning at all. Would the Blue Cloud sect care about this? The palace Master Zhang Jiao's marriage proposal had achieved a satisfactory result. After the marriage was set, Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue had the status of husband and wife. The 2 masters of the Deshang stage of the Blue Cloud sect were saved, and the cooperation between the Chunyang Palace and the Blue Cloud sect was closer. As for the reward for Yang Chen's treatment of the 2 masters, the Blue Cloud sect would naturally pay it in the future. Compared to winning over a 5th grade alchemist master, the Blue Cloud sect would not care about the trivial property. However, what to use to repay Yang Chen was a matter worth pondering. It was necessary to cater to Yang Chen's favor. I heard that someone outside offered a bounty to hunt down Yang Qin. Is there such a thing? After sending away the head of the palace and Shi Shanshan, the first sentence of Sect Master Lu, when he returned to the main hall, was to ask about this matter. There are some rumors. The Foreign Affairs elder hurriedly replied, It is said that the reward is not low, and many people are tempted. Find out who it is? Who took the bounty? Sect Master Lu seemed to be calm on the surface and ordered, After finding it, kill them all. In the future, whether we can ascend or not, we can all rely on Yang Qin. We must not let people destroy it. Chapter 790. The expressions of the people of the Blue Cloud sect were exactly the same. When he held the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill in his hand, the Lord of Tantai of the Green Jade Immortal Island was also shocked. In this world, there was really a 5th grade medicinal pill, a 5th grade alchemy grandmaster. The most shocking thing was that Yang Qin, the younger generation, had actually become such a miraculous figure. In addition to the shock, the Lord of Tantai suddenly thought of another problem. Since Yang Qin has already refined the 5th grade medicinal pill, doesn't that mean that Sun Qingxue is already Yang Qin's wife? If this is the case and the condition of Shi Shanshan is stuck, isn't the Green Jade Immortal Island alienated from Yang Qin? When the questioning eyes turned to Shi Shanshan's face, the clever Shi Shanshan did not wait for the Lord of Tantai to ask, and took the initiative to confess the result, reporting to the island lord. This disciple was also defeated by Yang Qin. After a pause, she added another sentence 10 times in a row, using different methods. The Lord of Tantai was even more shocked this time. It must be said that Yang Qin's alchemy talent was extremely strong, so he became a 5th grade alchemy grandmaster. At least there was a vein to follow. After all, Yang Qin had already refined the questioning inner heart pill and heaven seizing pill. These heaven-defying medicinal pills, becoming an alchemy grandmaster was also a matter of course. It was just that the time was a little earlier. However, as the island lord, the Lord of Tantai knew better than anyone how terrible the cultivation of this female disciple of his sect was, and how strong her combat power was. Not to mention a junior in the early Jedon stage. Even the new Yuanying stage masters in the sect were not necessarily the opponents of Shi Shanshan. However, Shi Shanshan actually said that she was defeated by Yang Qin. How could this not make the Lord of Tantai shocked? It was normal for Shi Shanshan to go easy on him because she had someone else in her heart. However, she had defeated Shi Shanshan 10 times in a row using 10 different methods. This was definitely not because Shi Shanshan had gone easy on her. Based on Shi Shanshan's personality, she would never go easy on her opponent 10 times. Moreover, looking at Shi Shanshan's expression, she looked completely convinced and even a little shy. How could the Lord of Tantai not understand that Shi Shanshan had already been won over by Yang Qin and was willing to do it? This was something that the Lord of Tantai did not expect. In her mind, Yang Qin should at least rely on the 6th grade fire seed she gave him to cultivate to the late Yuanying realm. Maybe he could take advantage of Shi Shanshan's injury once or twice. At that time, it could be regarded as an explanation to Chunyang Palace, and it would not hurt their relationship. Unexpectedly, the arrangement of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect had just been put forward, and it was directly satisfied by Yang Qin in the most powerful way. It seemed that he still thought of Yang Qin simply, a guy who could survive the pursuit of a master of the late Deshang stage. How could he be a person who played tricks? Fortunately, after the request was made, he immediately sent Shi Shanshan to contact him and gave Yang Qin the solution, indicating that he was not making things difficult for him. Otherwise, now the Lord of Tantai did not know how to alleviate this unintentionally created contradiction. The marriage proposal of the head of the palace, the Lord of Tantai naturally agreed, and no longer said any conditions. The 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill has been tested by 2 masters of the Deshang stage of the Blue Cloud sect. There was no problem, and it was directly sent to the injured elder. A group of high-level officials were also concentrated on the side of the injured elder, nervously watching the changes after the elder took the medicine. Although the two elders of the Blue Cloud sect have proved that the medicinal pill was effective, no one has seen the 5th grade medicinal pill, and they have not seen the appearance of the 5th grade medicinal pill, right? In almost a month, the injured elder changed from an old woman to a middle-aged beauty. However, the only regret was that the original black hair turned into gray hair, and it could not be changed for a while. But this also added to the elder's style. The white-haired beauty had a kind of charm that made people's eyes light up. Perhaps it was the credit of the island master asking for the medicinal pill, or perhaps it was the shock brought by the 5th grade medicinal pill. After the injured elder's injury was healed, she also expressed her allegiance to the Lord of Tantai. Perhaps the main reason was the questioning inner heart pill. She was not a master who was sure to cross the tribulation and ascend. Her hopes were all on the questioning inner heart pill, and the refiner of the questioning inner heart pill had now become the only 5th grade alchemist master in the mortal world. It could only mean that better medicinal pills could be provided in the future. The relationship between the island master and Yang Chen was good, and naturally it was also a key. Sure Shanshan's status in the Green Jade Immortal Island was not low. This time, it was even more impressive. No one could have imagined that the man that Sure Shanshan was looking for would have such a promising future. It could only show that she had a unique vision. Now that Sure Shanshan has been approved by the island master, she and Yang Chen have established a status. And everyone also knew that Yang Chen was willing to refine pills once every 25 years. This opportunity, of course, must be grasped by everyone. Naturally, Sure Shanshan, who had the closest relationship with Yang Chen, became even more popular in the eyes of everyone. In this situation, the master of the palace had already seen it once, but this was other people's family affairs, and the master of the palace would naturally not say much. Moreover, the wife of his own disciple was valued in the sect, which was of course a good thing, and the master of the palace was happy to see it. On the trip to the Green Jade Immortal Island, the master of the palace also received the highest standard of reception. After the close cooperation between the two sides, the master of the palace left contentedly and returned to Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen was already a 5th grade alchemist master, and he was willing to refine medicinal pills for everyone. The news also spread among the top leaders of the two major sects. However, this was a secret. At least Chunyang Palace did not announce it to the public. Everyone was happy that this news did not spread, so that they could monopolize the resources. However, some things were doomed to be hidden. The two major sects' 3 seriously injured Deshang stage masters, in a short period of 3 months, all recovered to normal, and everyone had a very strange white hair. How could it not make people fantasize? Under the presence of several big sects, big figures, the two major sects could not completely block the news. Due to their face, they could only tell each other that this was the effect of the medicinal pills refined by Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace. At the same time, the news that Yang Chen was already a 5th grade alchemist master began to spread among those big figures. In the circle of big figures that the small figures could not imagine, a storm was set off. A 5th grade alchemist master was enough to make everyone pay attention to him. At this time, it was not a matter of believing it or not. The recovery of the 3 seriously injured Deshang stage masters had already explained everything. Didn't the 3 Taishamen still lie down and wait to die? There was an earlier spread in the circle. But everyone also learned the good news that Yang Chen was willing to make alchemy. During this time, the Foreign Affairs Hall of Chunyang Palace was like the most lively market, and in recent days, people began to come to the door. Chapter 791. A 5th grade alchemist master. Almost everyone who heard it was shocked and stunned. This could be described as a miracle. A 5th grade alchemist master in the mortal world. Was there anything more monstrous than this? Immediately afterward, everyone's first reaction after waking up was how to make friends with this 5th grade alchemist master. There was no exception. What did Yang Chen like? What level of medicinal pills he was willing to refine? These needed to be understood. Some people have been trapped in certain realms for a long time. What they needed most was medicinal pills like the questioning inner heart pill. They knew what they needed very well. They wished they could fly to Chunyang Palace to see Yang Chen immediately. Those who had been in contact with Chunyang Palace before were naturally very happy. Those who had not been in contact also began to instruct their younger generations to be very polite to the people of Chunyang Palace in the future and not to provoke them. In short, in just a few months, the disciples of Chunyang Palace who went out to gain experience seemed to be aware of this difference. The big shots and masters began to rush in the direction of Chunyang Palace intentionally or unintentionally. In any case, they had to leave a good impression on Chunyang Palace. Even the high-level officials of Taishimen, even if they already hated Yang Chen, they could not help but be shocked by this news. The person they secretly wanted to deal with had actually become a 5th-grade alchemist master, and was also willing to accept alchemy for outsiders. This made them feel like they had been struck by lightning. If it was only a 4th-grade alchemist master, then Taishimen themselves had such an alchemy master and they would not care at all. But now Yang Chen had reached the 5th grade, the first person to carry on the past, and he had the complete pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill and the heaven-seizing pill in his hand. There was also the 2nd grade or even higher grade inner sensing pill, which had established his lofty status in the minds of the cultivators. At this time, not to mention killing Yang Chen, even if they revealed a little intention to kill Yang Chen, it was definitely against all the masters in the world who were trapped in a certain realm and could not be promoted. The Taishimen could rely on the strength of their own sect to suppress a few small sect and some rogue cultivators, but they would never dare to be the enemy of the whole world at the same time. Sending someone to kill Yang Chen was equivalent to making an enemy out of everyone in the world. More importantly, when they learned that the 3 seriously injured Deshang stage masters of the Green Jade, Immortal Island, and Blue Cloud sect had been cured under Yang Chen's medicinal pills, they were even more moved. The Yang Chen in front of him definitely couldn't be killed. In the worst-case scenario, the sect would have to rely on Yang Chen to seek medicine for the injuries of the 3 elders. Now was not the time to speak tough words. 3 masters of the Deshang stage in any sect would be a great force. Because of the discord with the small Chunyang Palace, because of the personal grievances between their own troublesome disciple and Yang Chen, they would give up the 3 masters of the Deshang stage. If they really made this decision, the master of the Taishimen sect would definitely be immediately ousted by a group of angry masters. To put it bluntly, the Taishimen couldn't stand Yang Chen. The cause was Li Qingchen's matter. But now Li Qingchen had already died, and Li Qingchen was clearly jealous of Yang Chen. At that time, with the identity of the late foundation stage, he bullied Yang Chen, an outer sect disciple. It was really shameful to say it. Then there was the destruction of the Taishimen's arrangement in the Chunyang Palace, and the plot to seize Chunyang Palace failed. The Taishimen were naturally also very resentful. However, strictly speaking, it was their own fault in the first place. Using this to reason with the Chunyang Palace, it was even more difficult to say. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect had 3 more masters of the Deshang stage, but the Taishimen had 3 less. In any case, this account was not worth it. The Taishimen could only bite the bullet and go to the Chunyang Palace to seek cooperation again. From the beginning, they were overbearing. Ming Guangruo arrogantly took Hall Master Mao to the Chunyang Palace to show off their strength to the front in order to interpret the secret key, and now they might even need to accompany a smiling face. The changes in the Taishimen simply made people speechless. Even the high-level members of the Taishimen sect couldn't keep their faces. Yang Chen had already gone to the extreme north to pick up Mu Bo's family. He was not in the sect. Many people could not find the main character and could only find the head of the palace. Those who dared to come to the door at this time were all big shots, and the lowest cultivation base was also in the late Yuanying stage. The purpose of the visit was naturally to ask for pills. Of course, above this realm, what everyone wanted to ask for the most was the questioning inner heart pill. Since Yang Qin said that he was willing to make alchemy for everyone, naturally he would not refuse. The head of the palace had already prepared the list of medicinal materials needed for the questioning inner heart pill. As long as they came up to ask for the questioning inner heart pill, they would send a list. Yang Qin had said in advance that he would prepare the medicinal materials himself. Yang Chen would not post his own medicinal materials to make alchemy for others. Everyone got the list of medicinal materials for the questioning inner heart pill. Naturally, they were also very happy and quickly prepared. At the same time, it was also a number on the side of the Chunyang Palace. When it was their turn, naturally it depended on when they could gather the medicinal materials, and at the same time, it depended on whether Yang Chen was free. Everyone did not come empty-handed. This was the first time they visited, and they were not familiar with each other. However, everyone prepared some greeting gifts at the same time. These greeting gifts were also very similar. Most of them came directly with a few heads. This made Su Qingxin surprised, and he could not help but wonder. Fortunately, everyone explained very quickly, and immediately Su Qingxin knew the origin of these heads. These were all assassins. It was said that there would be an assassination attempt against Yang Qin, regardless of whether it was done or not. Anyway, the reward for the assassination of Yang Qin was a capital crime. These masters came to the door, and by the way, they took care of a few assassins on the way and brought the heads, just to show their goodwill. Of course, the high-level people knew why. The life of Su Qingxin of the Foreign Affairs Hall was simply like heaven these days. He didn't know how many masters with eyes above the top in front of Hall Master Su. They were polite and even with a little flattery, trying to establish a friendship with the pure Yang Palace. This made Hall Master Su, who had always been able to smile at this level of master. How could he not feel a sense of pride? Originally, it was just the bottom of the second-rate sect. No one knew which day it would be casually annexed by a big sect, but now it had become the vanguard of the second-rate sect that people had to look up to. Although it could not be compared with a super sect like the Taishaman Green Jade, Immortal Island, and Blue Cloud sect, it was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched by others at this time. At this time, no one dared to have any other thoughts about Chunyang Palace. Who knew how many masters were in the dark, waiting for such an opportunity, and then used the heads of these crooked guys to please Chunyang Palace. The hundreds of assassins' heads placed at the gate of Chunyang Palace were clear evidence of all this. Chapter 792. Yang Qin and Gong Sunling didn't know what had happened these days. The two of them were on their way to the extreme north. In the territory of the monster race, Yang Qin directly raised the speed of the shuttle to the maximum. A few years had passed since the 30-year agreement with Mu Bo. Yang Qin was still afraid that Mu Bo was worried that he would break his promise, so the speed was very fast. Fortunately for Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map, the speed was not important. The places they passed were still recorded in detail, so it was not in vain for Gong Sunling to follow them. The waves of the Central Plains Dao sects had nothing to do with the monster race, and there was no news passed here. It seemed that everything was normal. With the speed of the shuttle, there was no ordinary monster race that could catch up with it. Yang Qin and Gong Sunling were very relieved. Of course, the biggest reason was that Shi Kuei and Xie Sha recently felt that there were some bottlenecks in their cultivation, so they followed the two out and went to the monster race's territory to relax. The two powerful guys at first did not have any systematic cultivation methods for them to cultivate. They relied entirely on their instincts to reach the Yuanying stage. Then they cultivated the transformation's secret art, and their strength increased greatly. After Yang Qin brought back the monster race's cultivation method, the two of them really had their own cultivation method, and they began to cultivate step by step. With the integration of the fifth earth true essence, plus the cultivation during this period of time, both of them had reached the level of the late Yuanying stage. It was just that they were stuck in the threshold of the peak Yuanying stage and could not advance for the time being. In this realm, it was entirely because of the state of mind and nothing else. For the time being, they were reluctant to waste the questioning inner heart pills, so they came out with Yangqin to take a closer look at the world of the monster race, which was also good for their cultivation. Whether it was the Tao sex or the demon sex or even the monster race, after reaching the Yuanying stage, it was not simply a matter of hard work that could be promoted. Reading 10,000 books was not as good as walking 10,000 miles. This was true for scholars, and the same was true for cultivators. Mu Bo's family was indeed developing well. With the cultivation method provided by Yangqin and the spirit gathering array arranged by Yangqin, even in the bitter cold of the extreme north, the members of their family still lived a very comfortable life. The Cypress family had the foundation that had been polished in the extreme north for thousands of years. Cultivating the cultivation method left by Yangqin was simply smooth. They easily restored their original cultivation base and even began to attack a higher realm. For his young master, Mu Bo was convinced. Not only did Yangqin bring them the direction of cultivation, but also let them see the hope of the glory of their family. Over the past 30 years, the Cypress family has cultivated the transformation secret art to a small success. At least everyone has been able to transform into a human body and walk on the ground. Although it was still possible to see the appearance of the big tree, it was a tremendous change compared to the past, seeing that the day Yangqin had agreed with them had passed. But Yangqin did not come as scheduled for 30 years. However, at that time it was said that after 30 years, everyone was not in a hurry. For these Cypress guys, 8 or 10 years was just a normal time. As for Mu Bo himself, because of the individual guidance of Yangqin, he also absorbed a lot of branches and leaves of the Penglai divine wood. His outstanding qualifications seemed to be even more powerful. His cultivation soared all the way. In just 30 years, he directly rushed to the middle Jiedan stage. Not to mention the realm, just on the combat effectiveness. At least the partners of the same realm were no longer the opponents of Mu Bo. In terms of combat, Mu Bo seemed to have a genius's comprehension. Plus Yangqin's spot broadcast that year, even the Patriarch, a master who was infinitely close to the Yuanying stage, was now not the opponent of Mu Bo originally. The Cypress family's life was very good. But these days they had to face a big trouble. There was a Tao sect cultivator who rushed here and took a fancy to their family. The person who came was a Yuanying stage master. What was surprising was that when he saw them, he did not immediately kill them. But after releasing the pressure to show his strength, he asked them to submit. This kind of thing Yangqin had done once, but even with the Yangqin at that time, it took a lot of effort and even uprooted the Patriarch and Mu Bo, which made them convinced. As for being convinced, it was still waiting for Yangqin to take out those cultivation methods and give them pointers to achieve the effect. The person who came up did not say anything and asked them to submit. How could the Cypress family agree? Not to mention that they had already promised Yangqin to join Yangqin's sect, Chunyang Palace. Even if there was no such thing, the monster race was free to cultivate. How could they put a layer of shackles on themselves so inexplicably? The other party asked for a reply within a few days, and now it was time for a reply. The figure of the other party also appeared in the mountain in front of them, but it was a sword suspended in the air, staring down at the crowd. Have you thought about it? Join my greatest heaven sect. If you want an identity, if you want a cultivation method, if you want resources, you'll have resources. It will be 100 times better than your bitter cultivation in this extreme north. This Yuanying stage master was a middle-aged man. He looked kind, he looked like a good person, and his words seemed to have a tempting element. The tree became a monster. It has always been strong, which has been shown by Gui Shanyu, the hall master of Chunyang Palace. Not to mention the performance in the great calamity of the demonic arts, just sitting in the 100,000 mountains, killing dozens of Yuanying stage masters who tried to make trouble, and even one against 2, carrying 2 Deshang stage rogue cultivators. His fierce spirit could be seen. When it was discovered that there was such a cypress monster family in this extreme north, even the master of Taishaman was very excited. He was originally a Taishaman who went to the monster race site to recruit disciples of the Hall of Eccentrics. If he could bring this nest of cypress monsters into the sect, it would be an extremely powerful combat force in the future. This kind of great credit, he would not let it go, especially in this bitter, cold place. These cypress monsters must be very outstanding. It could not be easily let go. Of course, to recruit the monster race to join the Taishaman, he must also treat them with courtesy and persuade them with good words. After all, they would also be in the sect in the future. Therefore, in the beginning, he still used a lot of benefits to tempt them. Cultivators, whether it was a cultivator or a monster race, didn't they all need the resources to cultivate their mind? Unexpectedly, the trick of trying and trying again and again had hit a wall in this group of cypress monsters. The other party actually refused as soon as they opened their mouth, which made the Taishaman guys somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, no one knew about it. It was necessary to teach these people a lesson and let them know how powerful the Taishaman were. Chapter 793. With a master of the Yuanying stage, to bully 100 native tree monsters who are only at the peak of the Jedon stage. It was simply bullying. In the view of this guy from the greatest heaven sect, this group of country bumpkins in the bitter cold land, they didn't know where they got a spirit gathering formation and arranged such a clumsy spirit gathering formation. They thought that this was a paradise. It was really stupid. How could they know how vast the world outside was and how many powerful masters there were? Killing them was just a matter of lifting a hand. When this 100 tree monsters were completely brought back to the sect, it would naturally be a great achievement. Moreover, the Yuanying stage master still had some things to do in this extreme north. It just so happened that after these cypresses were subdued, they were not afraid of the cold and could help him a lot. After waiting patiently for a few days, it was to give the cypresses time to consider. Today, he came here to wait for the reply of the cypresses. In his view, he reported the name of the Taishaman, coupled with those temptations. Even if they did not agree at the beginning, they would be loosened now. What the Yuanying stage master never thought of was that when he thought that he had already condescended to give enough face, these cypresses once again gave him a shock. I will not join the Taishaman. As a patriarch, he had seen the strength of Yangchen, and then he looked at the style of this master, and naturally there was a comparison. Moreover, he had already made an agreement with Yangchen, and he would not eat his words. In some things, the monster race was indeed better than the human cultivators. Don't give me face. The guy from the Taishaman was furious. These guys dared to not put him in their eyes. Today he had to give them a heavy lesson. You don't want to eat a toast only to drink a forfeit. In the scream, the flying sword of the Yuanying stage master had already flown out and went to the patriarch with the highest cultivation base. As long as this stubborn old guy was subdued, the others were naturally not a problem. Jingle, a clear and loud sound sounded, but it was the sound of the flying sword stabbing the body of the old patriarch. However, the body of the old patriarch was a strong cypress, and in this bitter cold land, it had grown for almost 10,000 years. The flying sword of the Yuanying stage master could not cut it at once. Not only that, the flying sword that was stabbed into the body of the old patriarch was actually caught in the body by the old patriarch. A thick tree trunk incarnation's arm and big hand had firmly grasped the other end of the flying sword. The flying sword of the Yuanying stage master was completely controlled by the old patriarch with his own body and arms. Even if the Yuanying stage master used his spiritual awareness to control the flying sword, under the suppression of the old patriarch's steel-like body, he could not move at all. He wanted to stab deeper into the old patriarch's body, but the deeper he went, the harder the old patriarch's body became. With the quality of his flying sword, he couldn't go any deeper. He wanted to retreat, but he was blocked by the big hand of the old patriarch, and he was in a dilemma. In this case, unless the spiritual awareness of the Yuanying stage master was strong enough to take away the old patriarch with his own flying sword, otherwise, even if the flying sword could still fly, it would not have the slightest lethality. Moreover, the 10,000 years old cypress monster, it was not known how deeply rooted it was. How could a Yuanying stage master shake it with his spiritual awareness? Even Yang Qin, in the case of his feet on the ground, he used the mountain-picking strength of the yellow, turbaned strongman body refining technique, which uprooted the old patriarch. This guy wanted to do this kind of thing in the air. It was simply an extravagant hope. In one move, the flying sword was controlled, but the Yuanying stage master did not expect it. He thought that as a Yuanying stage master, it would be easy to teach these tree monsters a lesson, but he did not expect things to be so difficult. However, after all, he was a Yuanying stage master. He immediately released his pressure and once again suppressed it. At the same time, there was another magic weapon in his hand. The Taishiman family was big. Every master who reached the Yuanying stage almost had a flying sword. Up to now, even if an ordinary flying sword was controlled, he had not used the flying sword. The resistance of the old tree monster made him look at it with admiration, and he was even more determined to conquer this nest of cypress monsters. This kind of powerful monster race, if he wanted to become his own people, and after a few years of training, it would be a great help. In the sect, he would definitely be able to improve his own status. This time, the Yuanying stage master took out a bracelet and threw it into the air. Suddenly, it turned into a huge circle and covered the body of the old patriarch. However, the circle was still in the air, and it was suddenly stopped by a flying sword. The Yuanying stage master was stunned, but he found that this flying sword was actually released by a young cypress monster. The one who released the flying sword was naturally Mu Bo Yangchen's. Separate guidance allowed him to know how to sacrificial refine his own flying sword. In his previous life, Mu Bo's flying sword was refined from his own tree heart. In this life, Yang Chen's guidance was no exception, and it was still refined like this. However, after observing some of the leaves and branches of the Penglai divine wood, the quality of Mu Bo's flying sword was higher than in his previous life. Just because the time of refining was still short, the grade was not high. It only had the prototype of the flying sword. There was still a certain distance from the real flying sword, but even so, it could already fly out to fight. Under the control of Mu Bo, the flying sword embryo actually stopped the bracelet of the Yuanying stage master in the air, and it could not fall. At first, the Yuanying stage master was still somewhat careless, but after a period of time, his face could no longer hold back the surprise. This young tree monster was at most in the middle Jiran stage. He actually used an unformed sword embryo to fight with the magic weapon he controlled. Although he had not yet used his own flying sword, this was enough to surprise him. After discovering this, the Yuanying stage master couldn't help but be happy in his heart. This tree monster was really strong. This was only in the middle Jiran stage and had such a level. If it really reached the Yuanying stage, wouldn't it be easy to kill him? This kind of monster race with excellent combat power must be in his own hands. In the future, there would be a place for him in the top level of Taishiman. Making up this idea, the Yuanying stage master was even more excited, and he used all kinds of means. He must completely defeat this nest of cypress monsters. However, things did not go as he wished. After the old patriarch controlled the other party's flying sword, he also began to free a hand. Holding a thick branch like holding a huge stick, he hit the head. He did not leave the slightest feeling for the Yuanying stage master. Chapter 794. In the face of the huge stick of the old patriarch, the Yuanying stage master sneered and did not avoid it. A helmet flashing with golden light quickly appeared on the top of his head, emitting a burst of golden light, and greeted it. Boom! The huge sound was accompanied by a pile of branches and leaves. Everyone's line of sight was covered in a piece of broken cypress leaves, and they could no longer see anything else. Insignificant skill, what can you do to me? The voice of the Yuanying stage master sounded in everyone's ears, and it seemed to sound very calm. However, people who were familiar with the Yuanying stage master knew that the more calm he was, the more angry he was. Two tree monsters in the Jedon stage had continuously made him disheveled. How could this kind of thing continue to happen? The Yuanying stage master was also really angry, and it was necessary to give these cypresses some painful lessons. One chi capturing hand. With the Yuanying stage master's shout, a huge, transparent, giant hand suddenly appeared in the sky and grabbed the cypresses on the ground. This was a blow with 80% of the Yuanying stage master's cultivation base. He was confident that under this blow, these tree monsters who did not know what was good or bad would faint and be captured by him. Boom! The ground rose up and covered the entire sky with smoke and dust, mixed with fine snowflakes and ice, flying all over the sky. The original spirit gathering formation laid by Yangchen was smashed by this blow, and the surrounding ground even sank a few feet. The power of this strike was simply astounding. But what was even more frightening was that under this blow, even the ordinary trees and even the rocks within the attack range had been broken. But the hundreds of cypresses were unscathed, making people unable to believe what they saw in front of them. 108 cypresses, who were only in the peak foundation stage, actually relied on a strange formation to block the Yuanying stage master's capture hand. Looking at this number, it should be regarded as the Tiangang Disha formation. However, the Yuanying stage master had seen a lot of formations, but he had never seen such a magical formation. It could actually block a blow with 80% of his power. This was not the most ruthless. He was shocked by the defense of these country bumpkin cypresses. An invisible sword light suddenly penetrated the smoke and appeared at his feet. The person controlling the flying sword was very dexterous. Under his control, the flying sword was almost silent. In addition, it was originally refined from the heart of wood. Whether it was the appearance or the inside, it looked like an ordinary tree branch. It was very difficult to distinguish. The traces of his flight were almost the same as the branches that had been blown away, making it impossible for anyone to guard against him. The other party wanted to sneak attack a Yuanying stage master with a heavy and poor camouflage. In the face of the spiritual awareness of a Yuanying stage master in battle, this kind of sneak attack was simply meaningless. The Yuanying stage master even intended to directly destroy this flying sword to give the owner of the flying sword an unforgettable lesson. The Yuanying stage master sneered and stood motionless in the air. He gathered all the spiritual power in his body under his feet and waited for the flying sword to fly over so he could stomp on it. The owner of the flying sword really fell into the trap. He directly chopped to the abdomen of the master and was kicked by the Yuanying stage master. At the moment of the kick, the Yuanying stage master knew that his kick was solid. The flying sword was instantly kicked and turned into an irregular sawdust. When he was proud, the Yuanying stage master suddenly felt a pain in his chest and abdomen. When he looked at it, it was a few pieces of fine cypress leaves like a dagger pierced into his chest and abdomen. The leaves of the cypress tree were very irregular, and they were in all directions. When this pierced in, there was a large piece of blood. Blood flowed out at the same time. The previous tree branches were simply a cover for the dagger made of cypress leaves. Not enough. These so-called daggers were simply leaves. There was no spiritual power fluctuations, and they could not be detected at all. The Yuanying stage master was furious. He was actually hurt in front of a group of Jedon stage tree monsters. How could he tolerate it? Under the rage, he couldn't care about anything else. He reached out and pulled out the cypress leaf dagger that pierced into his chest and abdomen. This action was a very natural action when he was injured. The next step was to immediately stop the bleeding with spiritual power to seal the wound and recover quickly. However, under his rage, he completely forgot the shape of the cypress leaves. The few daggers that pierced into his chest and abdomen were violently pulled out, and a few fist-sized pieces of meat were directly pulled out. The severe pain almost made the Yuanying stage master faint. Finally, his cultivation base was amazing, and he was able to endure it. But even so, he was unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. He could no longer fly in the air and fell heavily to the ground. As soon as he fell into the formation of 108 cypress monsters. These guys were also really good. After the guidance of Yang Qin, in addition to their own cultivation in the past 30 years, they have been working hard on this formation. They have long been familiar with it. They could just take a blow from the Yuanying stage master. Now they were attacking. They were even more unscrupulous. The heavenly spirits and earthly evil spirits formation passed down by Yang Qin was different from the ordinary one. The tree monsters that laid out the formation had a similar cultivation base, and they attacked and defended at the same time. Even if the other party wanted to break the formation, in addition to knowing the trick of breaking the formation, they could only break it by force. Breaking it by force requires a very strong cultivation base. In particular, it is necessary to seriously injure the 108 tree monsters under one blow. However, under the effect of the formation, no matter how strong the attack was, there were always 108 tree monsters scattered at the same time. The tree monsters were strong in defense, and they were rooted here. They could introduce the force into the ground at any time. The Yuanying stage master did not have a fire attribute spirit root, so he naturally could not succeed. Bang, 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 a series of attacks almost every time, all hit the master of Taishinmen. The attack power of the 108 tree monsters in the peak of the foundation stage, although it could not kill the other party, it was not so easy to take it. In addition, the Yuanying stage master was still injured. A series of attacks made him even more unable to take care of his injury, and his defense was stretched and he was in a mess. Finally, he survived the first wave of attacks of the formation. After all, the Yuanying stage master was a Yuanying stage master. He immediately followed the moment when the tree monster's cultivation base was not enough. He stopped the bleeding of the wound between his chest and abdomen, and then decisively called out his own life source flying sword. A group of shameless things, if I don't kill you. Do you think your grandpa is easy to provoke? As a disciple of Taishinmen, he has always been used to being arrogant. He has never suffered such grievances. The injury and the loss of face made the anger of the Yuanying stage master rise to the highest point. If I don't tear you to pieces today, I will live in vain, the Yuanying stage master shouted. As soon as the voice came out, the old patriarch and Mu Bo's heart sank. Chapter 795. Launching the life source flying sword that was not to be left alive. How powerful was the Yuanying stage master's life source flying sword? Not to mention that the old patriarch could not lock the flying sword with his body. Even if it was locked, it was estimated that he would be driven by the other party's flying sword. The one who used the leaf dagger to plot against the Yuanying stage master was naturally Mu Bo. Not only did he refine the wooden heart sword embryo, but he also refined a few cypress leaf daggers. Under one blow, he really succeeded. However, the strength of the other party was too strong. There was no fatal blow. This was the most miscalculated place. Now, the Yuanying stage master has already called out his own life source flying sword. It was not said that some people in the family must also be sacrificed. Of course, Mu Bo would never watch his own people being killed. Even if he was going to die, he had to get enough. The other party's life source flying sword had already been sacrificed. Within a few breaths, he found a gap in the heavenly spirit earth, evil spirit, great array. With a few soft sounds, the 3 cypresses in the foundation stage had been pierced. Fortunately, the vital points of the cypresses were not in a certain part of the body. Even if they were injured, they could still barely mobilize the array. Mu Bo was anxious. The flying sword hurriedly attacked. Dozens of cypress leaf daggers also flew out, attacking the other party from all directions. A sneak attack could be successful, but it did not mean that the second time could make the other party be fooled. The Yuanying stage master just simply used the flying sword in front of him, and the cypress leaf daggers that flew to his side were cut into pieces. These daggers were just refined by Mu Bo. The quality was not high. In the face of the other party's life source flying sword, there was almost no fighting power. As for other people, except for the old patriarch, there was almost no flying sword. All of them still cultivated the cultivation methods and arrays left by Yangchen. By relying on their ray, they may be able to resist for a while, but it would never be too long. However, whether it was the old chief Mu Bo or even the young tree demons, none of them gave up resisting. For them, since they had promised Yangchen that year, they were now members of Chunyang Palace. Even if they died, they could not join another faction. Even if we die violently today, Chunyang Palace will avenge us in the future. The old patriarch also showed his refined flying sword. With a loud shout, the flying sword slashed toward the Yuanying realm master. Even if they were no match for him, they would fight to the death. Chunyang Palace? The Yuanying realm master was stunned, and then became even more furious. It turns out that Chunyang Palace made the first move. Well, today I will send you to see the old ancestor of Chunyang Palace. After determining that it was the enemy, the Yuanying stage master began to kill madly. The natal flying sword, after cutting off the sword embryos of the old patriarch and Mu Bo, left a deep wound on each of them, and then flew flexibly into the earth evil Polaris formation. With every attack, the flying swords would cause several injuries. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, when more than half of the tree demons were injured, they were no longer able to maintain their formation. The Yuanying stage master was like a fish in the water. Without any decent resistance, even 4 or 5 tree demons in the foundation stage were instantly cut into several pieces, and there was no breath left. Fight with him. The rest of the people could no longer maintain the array, but the blood of each tree demon did not decrease, and they rushed forward without fear of death. Today, I will kill you, the remnants of Chunyang Palace. Let's see who dares to fight against my Taishaman. The Yuanying stage master listened to the shouts of the tree demons. His face was full of ferocity, and he was ruthless. He had already pierced a hole in the bodies of the old patriarch and Mu Bo, who posed the greatest threat to him. It was not that he didn't want to cut the two in half, but the bodies of the old patriarch and Mu Bo were so hard that even his natal flying sword could only be used at the sharpest part, and the blade could not work at all. But even if it was a ruthless person with a few more holes in his head, it was impossible to survive. This was the idea of the Yuanying stage master. After cutting the 2 foundation stage tree monsters at the waist, he pierced the chest of the old patriarch with a sword. When I kill you, I will send your bodies to Chunyang Palace. The Yuanying stage master completely had the upper hand at this moment, but his tone was still so ferocious. I want to see what kind of face the old tree demon in Chunyang Palace will have. Who is so boastful? Not waiting for the Yuanying stage master's voice to land, 2 muffled thunder-like voices sounded from a distance. From the sound to the ears of everyone, it seemed that the person who made the sound had already arrived in front of them. 2 incomparably fierce figures appeared in the air, divided into the left and right sides of the Yuanying stage master. The Yuanying stage master was shocked. He just put the flying sword in front of him, and there was a mist rising under his feet. He didn't know what the origin of this mist was. The Yuanying stage master's body flew up quickly, but in such a short time, the original cypresses had disappeared, and he didn't know where they disappeared. Shikuei and Xiasha? Seeing the faces of the 2 figures, the face of the Yuanying stage master could not help but show a shocked look, and his voice also trembled. There were 3 people in the Chunyang Palace Hall of Eccentrics. In addition to the old tree demon Gui Shanyu, there were 2 Yuanying stage masters, Shikuei and Xiasha. The 2 were the first to join the Hall of Eccentrics, and many masters in the sect knew their names. As a monster race, Shikuei and Xiasha also showed extremely strong performance in some later battles and won a fierce reputation. The master of the Taishaman dared to play in front of Mu Bo. In the face of Shikuei and Xiasha, he really did not dare to speak loudly. Hall Master Gui is also someone you can casually talk about? Shikue smiled gloomily, and his eyes showed a fierce light. The opposite, Xiesha, also had the same eyes. The two guys in the Chunying Palace, in addition to Yangchen, the most convinced was the old tree demon Gui Shanyu. Now this guy dared to talk about Hall Master Gui behind his back. That was his own death, and he couldn't blame others. Whoosh! The Yuanying stage master did not say anything. He turned around and fled. Not to mention that he was alone. Even if there were 10 of him, he would not dare to face the two fierce guys, Shikue and Xiesha, at the same time. 2 seniors, he killed several of our people. Don't let him go. It was the voice of Mu Bo, who didn't know where it came from. It was estimated that he saw the other party was going to escape, so he reminded Shikue and Xiesha. "Wanna run?" Shikue sneered and directly showed his true appearance. A huge viper that was thousands of feet long, with just a twist of its body. It stopped in front of the Yuanying stage master. Its 2 huge eyes shot out a cold light, staring at the opponent who had been scared to death. "Keep his life. Ask him what he is doing here." This time the voice was very soft, making people listen to it like a spring breeze. It was Yangchen. "Master, you are finally here." Mu Bo immediately heard the voice of Yangchen and said loudly, Chapter 796. "Good, Mu Bo. You dare to shoot at the Yuanying stage master. You are worthy to be my disciple. You did not lose my face." The figure of Yangchen appeared in front of the seriously injured Mu Bo, and then a medicinal pill was directly stuffed into the mouth of Mu Bo. The fog just now was the means of Gong Sunling, who directly hid all the injured Cypress monster clansmen with the formation. After Shikue and Xiesha scared away the Yuanying stage master, Yangchen immediately appeared in front of everyone. A series of Lingji mushroom jade pills were sent down. Of course, it was a grade 1. The injuries below the Yuanying stage were almost immediately relieved. Even if the injury was as serious as the old patriarch, there were 3 or 4 holes in his body. He also recovered a trace of breath. However, Yangchen and others were still a little late. At least 8 cypresses in the foundation stage were killed by the Yuanying stage master. Mu Bo, who recovered a little, looked at the bodies of those of the same race, and his eyes were red. The current Cypress monster family has not yet cultivated Yangchen's transformation secret art. They only used the low-level transformation secret art of the banyan tree, Immortal's cave. It could only be said that they could temporarily maintain the shape of a person. In most places, they could still see the original bark branches and so on, and they could be seen at a glance that they were tree monsters. But even so, Mu Bo's anger was still very clear. Of course, he would not blame Yangchen for being late. He hated that his own cultivation base was too low, and he could not stop the guy's attack to save his people. The escaped Yuanying stage master, in the face of Shikue's thousands of feet body, had almost no resistance. The fierce Shikue and Xiesha, with just 2 poisonous mists, turned the masters of the Taishaman, who were still insufferably arrogant, into a pool of soft mud and threw them in front of Yangchen. At this time, the master no longer had any master's temperament, fainted on the ground like a piece of rotten wood. Yangchen looked at Mu Bo's expression. Up until now, although Mu Bo was still glaring fiercely at him, he did not make a move. Obviously, he was also waiting for Yangchen's instructions. All the Chinkuan bags were taken away. Yangchen also fed a medicinal pill to this guy's mouth. The blue jade vine wrapped around the other party, and the poisonous mist of Shikue and Xiesha was completely removed. Very soon, the expert woke up from his coma and discovered the abnormality in his body. His heart skipped a beat. To think that the other party did not cripple his cultivation and even left him the natal flying sword. This was a great opportunity. He immediately recognized Yangchen's identity and naturally knew Yangchen's current status in Chunying Palace. In his heart, as long as he could restrain Yangchen, Shikue and Xiesha would not hesitate to take action. In a flash, the master made a judgment. His body flickered and appeared next to Yangchen. The natal flying sword was instantly held in his hand, and he put it on the neck of Yang Chen. Unexpectedly, the moment his intrinsic flying sword appeared, he felt a pain in his wrist. Following that, a bloody mouth swallowed his intrinsic flying sword in one gulp. The master was shocked and wanted to use his natal flying sword, but he found that the natal flying sword, which had always been connected with him like flesh and blood, did not respond at all at this moment. No matter how he urged his spiritual awareness, he could not use the natal flying sword. In the midst of panic, there was a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. The connection between the natal flying sword and the main body was suddenly cut off, and there was no longer any connection with the natal flying sword. This time, the natal flying sword was lost, and the master's sea of consciousness was shocked. His internal organs were seriously injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure was also a lot of sluggish, and he could hardly stand any more. Mu Bo beat him. Yang Chen did not look at the guy beside him, who had almost become a waste. He turned his head to Mu Bo and motioned him to start. Don't kill him. Leave him alive and then beat him. Mu Bo would not be polite. He reached out and grabbed the master who had just been seriously injured, lifted him high, and then slammed him heavily on the ground. He went up and punched and kicked him without any mercy. As a tree monster, it was already very powerful. This hateful punch suddenly brought a sound of broken bones, mixed with the painful screams of the master, which made people who heard it change their complexion. The Yuanying stage master was a Yuanying stage master. Even if it was such a painful beating, after almost a stick of incense, he stopped screaming and fainted. However, at this moment, he was already dying, and he could see that he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. Take a break. Yang Chen stopped Mu Bo, then fed another medicinal pill to the Yuanying stage master, and connected the broken bones of the master. For this kind of skin trauma, the effect of Yang Chen's medicinal pill was surprisingly good. In less than an hour, there was no sign of injury. However, it was only a physical injury, and the serious injury of the spiritual awareness had no effect. You continue. Yang Chen saw that the master had almost recovered, and he turned his head to Mu Bo again. Don't kill him. Mu Bo's eyes lit up, and he rushed up again. There was a burst of punches and kicks, and then there was a pig-like scream mixed with the sound of broken bones. After a while, it stopped after the master fainted. Yang Chen treated him again. After the treatment, Mu Bo rushed up and madly vented his anger. After a dozen times in a row, the Yuanying stage master almost did not dare to look at Mu Bo's eyes again. As for Yang Chen, even his voice could make the Yuanying stage master tremble. Change people. Yang Chen's voice once again made the master tremble, but it was the last decision he wanted to hear. Mu Bo was tired and happy, but the other Cypress monster families, including the old patriarch, have not made a move yet. This guy killed 8 members of the Cypress monster family, and almost everyone else was injured. Who didn't hate him? If it wasn't for Yang Chen, who had already beaten them, and the strength of Shikuei and Xiaxia also made them afraid, they would have already rushed up. Now, hearing the meaning of Yang Chen, it seemed that he intended to let them take turns, and it caused a burst of cheers. The old patriarch stepped forward and took over the position of Mu Bo. He began to madly use his fists and feet to ravage the other party. Killing this guy with a sword, how could there be such a feeling of punching the flesh that made everyone feel more comfortable? After the old patriarch was cool for a dozen times, he was replaced by another family member. The Cypress monster group behind had already started to line up, waiting for the moment when it was their turn. For more than 3 months, everyone did not do anything else. In addition to recuperating, they took turns to display their fists. In the words of Yang Chen, there were not many opportunities to beat a Yuanying stage master. Everyone wanted to be cool. As long as they didn't die, Yang Chen could always cure him and let everyone vent their anger. Everyone had to spend at least a day's time, and the guy who killed their people was knocked out dozens of times before they would stop and replace him. The Yuanying stage master of Taishimen directly fell into the hell of pain and humiliation. Chapter 797. a dignified Yuanying stage ancestor, even if he was not ranked in the Taishamen. But when he walked outside, at least 9 out of 10 people would give him face and respectfully call him ancestor. Such a great master. When has he ever endured this kind of crazy torture? When has he ever endured the humiliation of being punched and kicked by a few country bumpkin tree monsters? Up to now, this Yuanying stage ancestor has not collapsed. It was a good habit that he had cultivated in the Taishamen for a long time. The master never thought that the punches and kicks would be so painful. In addition, Yang Chen's treatment of him was not so dedicated. As long as he could ensure that he did not die, the broken bones were only connected to the big bones. But those small bones were left in the flesh. When he punched down, the pain from the inside to the outside. Once or twice was okay, but dozens of times a day, just the pain would take half of his life. This was not counting the pain caused by the damage to his spiritual awareness after the destruction of the life source flying sword. Even if there was a little spiritual power, it would be completely dispersed by a wolf-like greeting, and there would be no struggle. Not to mention being able to protect the body. Even analgesia was a luxury. Escape? Under the eyes of Shi Kuei and Xie Sha, it was almost impossible. When he first met the 2 people, he escaped and was brought back. Now his whole body was injured. It was even more impossible. Sometimes he hated that he could not die under the fists and kicks of those cypresses, and he could also avoid this kind of torture. But Yang Chen could pull him back from the edge of the gates of hell every time. The medicinal pills used were very powerful. Even if he had been beaten half to death and only had a small half of life left, after taking the medicinal pills, his body could recover to its original state in half an hour. In just 3 months, Yang Chen spent this precious healing elixir on him, which was more than 100 times more valuable than the medicinal pills he got from the sect in his life. Even if you, Yang Chen, are the most talented alchemist, you can't waste this kind of pill like this, right? Almost counting the seconds, he had survived these 3 months. He did not want to experience such a nightmare again. When the last cypress monster finished teaching him, the first sentence that the master heard when he woke up turned out to be Yang Chen asking Mu Bo if he wanted his people to start over again. He could no longer calm down and cried at Yang Chen. "What do you want to know?" "I'll tell you." He never thought that as a dignified Yuanying stage ancestor, he would use such a tone to say such words to a junior in the early Jedon stage. Even he himself felt incredible. But if he didn't say anything, it meant that he would have to live in this hell forever. "Please don't hit me anymore." In the process of Mu Bo's people teaching the Yuanying stage master, the Yuanying stage master wanted to confess more than once in exchange for not being tortured, but he was coldly rejected by Yang Chen. He also understood that it was impossible to stop before these people took turns to vent their anger. Now finally, everyone had a turn. This was his opportunity. If he didn't seize it, these uncivilized tree monsters would not care if he could bear that kind of pain again. "What are you doing here?" Yang Chen sat in a very comfortable chair. Shi Kuei and Xie Sha were sitting at the table next to him. There were a few beautiful dishes on the table. He was drinking with Shi Kuei and Xie Sha. He listened to the Taishamen guy begging for mercy. He asked casually, "Don't tell me that you are here to recruit the monster race. In this extreme north, there are not many monster race." That one sentence completely blocked this fellow's thoughts of using this excuse to dodge the question. It was not that there was no monster race in the extreme north, but it was very rare. If the Taishamen wanted to expand their strength, they should look for a place like the banyan tree Immortal's cave where a large number of monster race lived. Not this kind of snowfield where birds did not lay eggs. The sect let me come to investigate the situation of the monster race. The Taishamen guy knew that there was no way to lie and could only answer with a sigh. However, as soon as his voice fell, Yang Chen had already rushed over and waved his hand and shouted, "Mu Bo, go and fix him." Mu Bo snorted coldly and directly stepped forward. He punched and kicked the Taishamen master, ignoring his argument. Just like at the beginning, he used him to vent his anger. After a while, the poor, Yuanying stage ancestor was knocked out again. Gong Sunling just gave Yang Chen and Shi Kuei and Xia Sha another dish. These days, she just watched Mubo fight, but she didn't say anything. She would never object to her husband's decision. By the way, she sent a small pot of jade dragon wine to Mubo. Mubo respectfully took it and hurriedly thanked her. "Thank you, Master Gong Sun." Mubo thought that Yang Chen only had this one master's wife, but he didn't expect that there were as many as 4. He could only call them by their surnames, so he called Gong Sunling as Master Gong Sun. After resting for a while, the Yuanying stage ancestor recovered again from his dying breath. But when Yang Chen asked again, he still didn't change his original words. Yang Chen was also very patient. 3 months had passed. Did he still care about more? Mubo's people took turns to fight, and almost after another round, the other party still clung to this reason, and even begged for a quick death. It seems to be true. Shi Kuei and Xia Sha's mind was straight. This guy has persisted for so many days, and even said so it must be true. Alas, you don't shed tears until you see the coffin. Yang Chen shook his head and took out 2 medicinal pills. One was seen by Gong Sunling. It was a first-grade inner sensing pill, but she didn't know what medicinal pill the other one was. She reached out and controlled the person, and the 2 medicinal pills were quickly poured into the mouth of the Yuanying stage ancestor. That pill can make people feel an unbearable itch. Yang Chen smiled and explained to Gong Sunling, the inner sensing pill can improve his senses by 10 times, and he must be very comfortable now. During the conversation, the Yuanying stage ancestor who took the medicinal pill had already widened his eyes, and then the skin of his whole body seemed to begin to tremble. But he wanted to move, but he couldn't move. There was a whining sound in his mouth, and he couldn't say a complete sentence. "Mubo, you take your time to pack up your belongings. We are not in a hurry. Anyway, going back is also the same here." Yang Chen slowly told Mubo, but in fact he was saying it to the Yuanying stage ancestor who was suffering. "This medicinal pill can have 3 days of medicinal effect. Fortunately, I refined a lot at a time, about dozens of them. Give him one every 3 days, and see how long he can persist." After saying this, Yang Chen looked at the poor guy and suddenly asked Shi Kuei and Xia Sha, "There are so many Yuanying stage ancestors in Taishimen. Even to find out the truth, do you need a Yuanying stage ancestor to go out?" Hearing this, the Yuanying stage ancestor on the ground no longer had the courage to persist, and his eyes began to have a lot of pleading, but he was suffering and couldn't say a word, which made people look extremely pitiful. Chapter 798. Yang Chen did not let him go because of his pitiful eyes, but let him suffer for 3 days after the suffering. When the medicinal power subsided, he let go of his tongue and let him speak. "I am here to guide the disciples' cultivation. You can think about it." After dropping a sentence, Yang Chen took out 2 more medicinal pills and was about to send them into the mouth of the Taishimen. "Don't! I'll talk! I'll talk!" The poor Yuanying stage ancestor almost cried out and hurriedly shouted loudly. At this moment, Yang Chen suddenly launched hypnosis. Originally, this guy had been tortured to the point that he had almost no resistance. Now his spiritual awareness was injured and he was tossed by the strange itch for 3 days. It was the time when his body and spirit were the most exhausted. When Yang Chen's hypnosis was launched, it immediately worked. Even Lady Fanghua of Yin Yang Demon School, who was good at confusing people's minds, had suffered losses in the hands of Yang Chen, let alone the Yuanying stage ancestor of the Taishimen. Compared with Lady Fanghua, his will could almost be said to be as weak as a piece of paper. However, Yang Chen still used various means before launching hypnosis. First, it was purely to let Mubo vent their anger. Second, it was to destroy most of his will. It was more convenient to use hypnosis. Very quickly, the hypnotized man revealed his purpose of coming here in full detail. It was also very speechless. This guy shouldered the mission of the sect. He really came to the monster race's territory to explore the truth and recruit some potential monster race disciples to join the Hall of Eccentrics. All the recruitment before the Cypress monster was to serve the sect. If it weren't for this guy's intention to make meritorious service for the sect, Mubo would have been slaughtered at the beginning. Yang Chen rushed over and could only see a pile of corpses. But this guy came here in addition to the sect's mission. There was still selfishness. In the sect, he was just an ordinary Yuanying stage master. Although the Taishaman also gave him enough status, it has not yet reached the core level. After all, the Taishaman were a big family. There were hundreds of Yuanying stage ancestors, and there were many masters of the Deshang stage. It was impossible for every Yuanying stage ancestor to become a high-level member of the sect. It was also a normal phenomenon that he was not valued in the Taishaman. The bigger the sect, the more things would happen inside, and some fights for power and profit would inevitably occur. Even the talented Sun Qingxue was plotted against by several masters of the sect. The Blue Cloud sect was like this, and the Greatest Heaven sect would not be any better. This fellow's master had passed down a secret from his grandmaster. In the extreme North Ice Plains, there was a small cave left behind by his ancestor. After thousands of years of accumulation, there should be some good things inside. In the past, it was not easy to come to the monster race's site. Now, with the sect's mission as a cover, he just came to take this Immortal's cave. Everything about the Immortal's cave was recorded in this guy's mind. This was passed down from generations of masters and apprentices. Even the sect did not know about it. After listening to everything, even Shikue and Xiasha showed greed in their eyes. There was still such a good thing. Coming to the extreme northern ice field, they could also encounter a small Immortal's cave that had been passed down for thousands of years. Although the Immortal's cave was not big, it was conceivable that there would be good things in it. Yang Chen's current vision could not be said to be a small Immortal's cave. He simply took Mubo's family and rushed there. The Cypress monster family has been cleaned up. In fact, for them, there was no property here. It had already been in the Qinkuan bag. The reason why they had been staying was to completely vent their anger. After getting the confession, naturally everyone was on the road together. The body of the Cypress monster family all entered a medicine garden space that Yangqin had prepared for a long time. It was full of spiritual power, and it was just right for cultivation. As for the old patriarch and Mubo, they followed Yangqin and stayed in the shuttle. The Immortal's cave was still deeper in the ice field, further north than here. With the cultivation base of everyone, naturally they were not afraid of the cold. However, this extreme north was not necessarily without danger. Although there were very few monsters here, it did not mean that there were no monsters. And as long as there were a few, they were all powerful guys. They were all wild monsters who were honed in the natural environment. They were not worse than Shikue and Xiasha. Yang Qin did not want to find trouble now. If he could not provoke them, he would try not to provoke them. However, it was not something that Yang Qin could avoid if he wanted to. The shuttle only flew to the north for a few days, and it was stopped by someone. A few months ago, you sneaked here. What is your intention? A loud voice, like a muffled thunder, was heard directly. Even if Yang Chen and others had any greetings, they immediately started. A huge, white, giant bear figure with the size of thousands of feet stood tall, and the two claws were like two huge steel hammers, smashing down on the shuttle. This was the only way. Even if he knew that there was a great monster, Yang Chen must go. He thought that he could rely on the stealth of the shuttle to break through, but now it seemed to be a bit extravagant. This white bear simply turned the surrounding wind and snow into his eyes and ears. Without using spiritual awareness, he could also find the trace of the shuttle. Even if the shuttle was fast, it would eventually need to break through the flying snow in the air. The guy who was sneaking around was the poor guy from the Greatest Heaven sect. He subdued the Cypress monsters, but he did not want the Cypress monster family to block this white bear for him. He just didn't know how he provoked this bear monster, and when he met him, he would fight without mercy. Since the other party had already started, Yang Chen's side would naturally not be timid. Shi Kuei and Xia Sha almost shouted excitedly at the same time and rushed out of the shuttle. These days they were bored on the shuttle. Someone sent them to the door to let them vent. Was there anything better than this? Shi Kuei and Xia Sha once again showed their fierceness in front of the Cypress monster family. The two people flew out at the moment when the sound sounded and went straight to the guy who made the sound. The huge palm slapped on the two people, almost without any impact, and even the speed did not weaken a bit. However, the two powerful masters have shown their original shape, a thousands of feet viper and a thousands of feet sand scorpion. In an instant they fought together. Under the stunned gaze of the old patriarch and Mu Bai and others, the battle between the three Yuanying stage monster race only lasted for less than an incense stick of time before it came to an end. After Yang Chen's guidance, Shi Kuei and Xia Sha's strength surpassed the white bear. With brute force, they easily subdued the huge white bear monster and threw it in front of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. Chapter 799. Even if he was entangled by Shi Kuei's huge body and couldn't move, the white bear monster was still cursing and even tried to take the opportunity to attack Yang Chen. Although this white bear also had the cultivation base of the Yuanying stage, its wild nature was not extinguished. Even if Yang Chen tried to communicate with it several times, every time he felt the anger and killing intent of the white bear, it was estimated that it was impossible to subdue the white bear. There was no way. Yang Chen could only let Gong Sunling throw the white bear monster into the mountain river geographical map, like the Yuanying stage master of the Taishimen. It was not that Yang Chen suddenly changed his mind and was no longer bloodthirsty, but Gong Sunling suddenly discovered that even in the process of sacrificially refining her life source magic weapon, she could still put people into the mountain river geographical map. Of course, this was not in the battle, but the other party was thrown in without resistance. The difficulty was naturally very different. Every time there was a master of the Yuanying stage in the mountain river geographical map, it was equivalent to the master of the Yuanying stage cultivating, and also sacrificially refining this life source magic weapon for Gong Sunling. For Gong Sunling, there were many benefits. When the master of the Taishimen was in a coma, he was fed a healing pill and then thrown into the mountain river geographical map. He was tortured by the Cypress monster family, coupled with the hypnosis of Yang Chen. He believed that after he woke up, he would only remember that he was lucky and was thrown into this extreme northern wilderness by Yang Chen. As for what he would do after his injury improved, it was not known to Yang Chen. Anyway, he would cultivate anyway. As long as he cultivated, he would help Gong Sunling in the sacrificial refining of the mountain river geographical map. Even if he returned to the Dao sect territory in the mountain river geographical map and returned to Taishimen, he would not know what happened. He only knew that everyone had disappeared and he was alone. The white bear monster was also dealt with in the same way. After being knocked out, he was thrown into the mountain river geographical map. In this way, with the addition of Li Junyu at the beginning, there were already 3 Yuanying stage masters in Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map, which would be faster and more powerful. The Cypress monster family was naturally scattered and brought all the good things that could be gathered in the white bear territory. Yang Chen has already said that these things would belong to whoever found them. In the future, it would be their own private property. The cypresses were very excited and they were searching everywhere. Only the old patriarch and Mu Bo remained unmoved. They only stayed by Yang Chen's side. From the memory of his previous life, Yang Chen knew that Mu Bo had always been obsessed with cultivation and never indulged in foreign things. Even the life source flying sword was also his own wood heart. It was normal that he did not value these things. However, the old patriarch made Yang Chen look at him with admiration. His performance did not seem to be fake at all. Coupled with his cultivation these days, he was not worse than Mu Bo, who had absorbed the branches and leaves of the Penglai divine wood. His qualifications must be extremely outstanding, but he didn't know why. There was no memory of his previous life. Perhaps he had already died at that time. This kind of talent should be handed over to the old tree demon Gui Shanyu to carefully carve. He believed that Gui Shanyu would not refuse a talented disciple. The group continued to move forward. Without the white bear monster, the road ahead was smooth, and they soon arrived at the small Immortal's cave that the Taishaman guy said. The position of everyone at this time was no longer on the land, but in a huge frozen ocean. The place where they landed was a huge piece of ice that was connected into one. It was not known how many years this was frozen. Even if they knew that this was an ice sea, it was no different from the land. The Immortal's cave was not on the ice cap, but on the bottom of the sea. With Yang Chen's shuttle, it was almost effortless to reach the bottom of the sea. Soon, Yang Chen found the location of the Immortal's cave. According to the correct technique, he made a secret technique and entered the Immortal's cave. As soon as he entered the Immortal's cave, he felt a strong warmth. Even under the ice sea, this warmth could not be stopped. For the time being, Yang Chen did not know if there was any danger inside. He did not release the Cypress monster family. Only the old patriarch and Mu Bo, plus Yang Chen, Gong Sunling, Shikue, and Xie Sha, a total of 6 people, carefully began to explore this Immortal's cave. It was a small Immortal's cave. The space inside was simply a small piece compared to the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave. It added up to only 100 miles. However, the planning in this Immortal's cave was good. A lot of precious medicinal materials were planted. Although no one took care of them, after thousands of years, there have been a lot of growth. Moreover, the medicinal materials were widely sown. With thousands of years of reproduction, it has covered most of the Immortal's cave, and there were elixirs everywhere. In addition, in a huge room called the Hidden Sword Pavilion, there are hundreds of flying swords that had been formed. The 5 elements had all attributes, and the quality was excellent. The original owner of this Immortal's cave was a master of refining and was highly valued among Taishamen. However, he was only valued. Every day, he could only refine the sword for the sect, but he could not enter the high-level core. This was also one of the most basic reasons why he left this Immortal's cave for his disciples. Hundreds of excellent flying swords were left here. It was obvious that the owner of the Immortal's cave used the resources of Taishaman's cave to hide his small treasury. Originally, it was intended to benefit future generations, but now it was all cheap for Yang Chen and others. Go and choose the flying sword you like, 1 for each person. Don't be greedy. At this moment, Yang Chen directly released all the people of the Cypress monster family and let them choose. Everyone was overjoyed and quickly entered the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Even Shikue and Xie Sha were no exception. Staying next to Yang Chen, apart from Gong Sunling, only Mu Bo was left. Gong Sunling was not a sword cultivator. It was normal not to use a flying sword, but Mu Bo, a pure sword cultivator, did not choose, which made Yang Chen a little surprised. He could not help but ask, "Mu Bo, your flying sword has just been destroyed. Why don't you choose one?" "This disciple still likes the flying sword that I refined myself." Mu Bo stared at the excited appearance of the people in the Hidden Sword Pavilion and replied respectfully, "Even if you don't need it, take one and do a favor in the future." Yang Chen smiled and said, "In the worst case, it is also necessary to leave a good sword for your disciple." Master's kindness, Mu Bo certainly could not refuse. Moreover, Yang Chen also said clearly that Mu Bo wanted to leave a good sword for his disciple. Wasn't Yang Chen also left for his own disciple Mu Bo? At the moment, he did not disobey Yang Chen's good intentions. He walked into the Hidden Sword Pavilion and carefully selected. "You don't want to go?" Watching Mu Bo enter the Hidden Sword Pavilion, Yang Chen turned to Gong Sunling and asked with a smile, "I have you. Am I afraid that my disciple will not have a flying sword in the future?" Gong Sunling covered her small mouth and replied with a slight smile, but her eyes were full of sweetness. Chapter 800. Although these flying swords were good, they could not enter the eyes of Yang Chen. However, the Chunyang Palace had another batch of good swords, which could make many disciples bask in the glory. Of course, those who saw it had a share, and with the water pavilion, these cypresses, of course, had to enjoy this benefit first. In terms of loyalty, these monster cultivators were more reassuring. Everyone needed elixir, but pure elixir did not have a good effect. It was best to refine them into medicinal pills. With Yang Chen, the best alchemist, these medicinal materials naturally did not need to bother others. For the old patriarch, Yang Chen directly gave him a promise. As long as his people reached a bottleneck and needed medicinal pills to break through, Yang Chen would prepare suitable medicinal pills for them. Everyone liked the situation of everyone being happy. Yang Chen released a Zhu and a Bai and let them collect all the old medicinal materials in the Immortal's cave into the medicine garden and tidy up the place by the way. This Immortal's cave seemed to be a good space to assist in the growth of medicinal materials. With a little transformation, it would be the best medicine garden. It was just reserved for the female apprentice who was good at growing medicinal materials. There were still a large number of palaces that had not been seen. Yang Qin took Gong Sunling to turn around one by one. Shi Kuei and Xia Sha had already found a flying sword that they were satisfied with and happily followed behind. The two monster cultivators actually had their own life source magic weapons refined from their own bodies. Shi Kuei's poisonous daggers, Xia Sha's pincers and poisonous pincers were powerful magic weapons. But now they were still in the process of tempering their life source magic weapons. They would not be used easily, so these two flying swords could be used temporarily. Along the way, it could be seen that this small immortal's cave had been carefully refined by the original owner. The palaces and houses were very sophisticated, and the materials used in it were also first class. They didn't know how many resources the Taishaman had embezzled in the past to be able to cook such a delicate immortal's cave. In addition to the hidden sword pavilion, there was also a material room. There were a lot of materials inside. Even now, they were rare and good stuff. There were several materials that Gao Yu needed to refine the dragon horn flying sword. Of course, Yang Chen accepted all of them without hesitation. Further in, there was an alchemy room. However, there weren't as many medicinal ingredients in the alchemy room. It was empty except for a huge cauldron in the middle. However, there was not the slightest bit of medicinal qi in the cauldron. Clearly, it had never been used before. The quality of this medicine cauldron was also very good. Looking at the craftsmanship, it was of the same origin as the flying sword. It should have been personally refined by the owner of the cave. This medicine cauldron could be given to some people in the sect who were good at alchemy. The innermost room was a study. Bookshelves made of gold and jade had not decayed in the slightest, even after thousands of years. Hundreds of jade slips were neatly arranged on top of them. Yang Chen's eyes suddenly glowed. The things recorded in this kind of jade slip were usually inheritance, especially the things that this person had painstakingly arranged and left behind. They must be good things. Yang Chen couldn't help but be tempted. Hundreds of jade slips were picked up and looked at one by one. The first few hundred were almost all cultivation methods. Moreover, there were some of the high-quality cultivation methods that the Taishaman had collected. He didn't know how they were carefully copied by the owner of this cave and left here. Perhaps it was an additional inheritance of the Taishaman left for the younger generation. But now it was obvious that they were all cheap to Yangchen. There were also dozens of jade slips, which recorded some things about medicinal material cultivation and alchemy. Naturally, all of them had become Yang Chen's possessions. What surprised Yang Chen the most was that there were more than 100 pieces of jade slips that recorded various refining materials and refining techniques. Some of these were lost in Taishaman, but they were actually placed here. In particular, there were 10 pieces of jade slips that recorded the refining experience of the owner of the Immortal's cave, which was simply priceless. The owner of the Immortal's cave recorded it in great detail. All the flying sword here, the refining process and techniques were described in detail. Even where there were mistakes where he felt proud were specially marked. Even the medicinal cauldron and even the refining process of the entire Immortal's cave were clearly recorded. Compared with the things obtained in this Immortal's cave, these jade slips were the most important to Yangchen, especially the last 10 pieces. It was simply the complete experience of the owner of this Immortal's cave. The things inside Yangchen looked at them. Some were even more novel than some of the techniques in the spiritual world. It was a rare good thing. He could imagine how happy his Master Gao Yu and Master Ancestor Wang Yong would be when they saw these things. Of course, his future little apprentice who was good at refining would also be very happy. After looking at it again, it seemed that there were no good things worthy of Yang Chen's attention. Just as he was about to collect this Immortal's cave, he suddenly thought of a problem. It was warm all the year round, and the spiritual power was abundant, but he did not find the shadow of the spiritual vein. Yang Chen's heart moved. His spiritual awareness was wide open, and he began to search around. After a while, Yang Chen found a clue and went straight to the alchemy room. On the ground, under the medicinal cauldron in the alchemy room, there was a small circular gap. There was an earth fire inside. It was this earth fire that made the entire Immortal's cave warm like spring. Most people would habitually think that this was just a fire source prepared for alchemy. But in the eyes of Yang Chen, a master of fire control, it was completely different. "You wait here. I will go down and take a look." After moving away the medicinal cauldron, Yang Chen looked at the fire outlet in the ground, exhorted them, and then jumped directly. Yang Chen had a fire attribute spiritual root, which everyone knew very well. In this kind of earth fire, there would not be too much of a problem, so everyone was very relieved. As soon as he jumped into the fire outlet, Yang Chen found that it was not such a simple earth fire vein at all. This earth fire directly covered almost 100 miles, which was exactly the size of this Immortal's cave. This was just the size of the fire vein on the surface. The root of the fire vein was deep underground. It was not known how deep it was. For a while, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness couldn't explore the bottom. To Yang Chen's surprise, in this place where there was no trace of burning, but the ground was full of hot flowing magma, there was a different fire aura among the countless flames, which made Yang Chen catch it. This was actually a wisp of fourth fire true essence. Yang Chen never thought that under the ice sea of this extreme northern ice field, there was such a large area of earth fire, and from time to time, there would be a wisp of fourth fire true essence. Why was this Immortal's cave here? It was simply to cover this earth fire spiritual vein and cover up the emergence of fourth fire true essence. Otherwise, it would have been occupied by the surrounding great monsters. Chapter 801. Although the discovery of the fourth fire true essence in the earth fire was a happy thing, it was clear that the original owner of the Immortal's cave did not have the ability to subdue the fourth fire true essence. He just used this Immortal's cave to occupy the place, presumably to leave it for future generations. For Yang Chen, this was not a big problem. There were several formations in his mind to collect the fourth fire true essence. He was a fire cultivator, and he had reached the level of great principal golden immortal in his previous life. The fourth fire true essence was really not a great thing. However, this trace of the fourth fire true essence did not appear frequently. Yang Chen wanted to collect enough to cultivate the fourth fire true secret art, but it was not so easy. Even if he started to arrange the formation to collect it now, according to Yang Chen's estimation, it would take at least 100 years to have enough for Yang Chen to cultivate the fourth fire true secret art. For Yang Chen, since he had found the fourth fire true essence, it was always better than not finding it. For 100 years, Yang Chen could wait, as long as he was careful not to let people discover it in advance and take away the Immortal's cave. Fortunately, this time the people who came out with him were his own people. Yang Chen came out of the fire outlet, and then, without saying anything, he went directly to the material room over there to take some materials and jumped into the fire outlet. After discovering the fourth fire true essence, Yang Chen looked at the materials in these material rooms and immediately understood. Most of the materials left were of the fire attribute. They were prepared for this fourth fire true essence, but they didn't know how to get started. It was really convenient for Yang Chen. It was the unlucky Taishaman. It was estimated that they did not know that their own master ancestor had left such a good thing, but they did not open their eyes to find trouble with the Cypress monster family. Not only were they trapped in the mountain river geographical map, but the things were also obtained by Yang Chen to arrange a formation of 100 miles. Even for Yang Chen, it took a whole month. Fortunately, there were enough materials. Yang Chen could direct the fourth fire true essence produced in this earth fire spiritual vein to a location and slowly gather it, just waiting for the passage of time. It would accumulate more and more. Satisfied, Yang Chen flew out of the earth fire spirit vein. He did not hide the joy on his face at all. Gong Sunling was very curious and couldn't help but ask, "What's going to happen down there?" "Good stuff. Good stuff that's hard to come by in 1,000 years. Yang Chen laughed and kissed Gong Sunling. He gave Gong Sunling an ambiguous answer. "I can use it." Since Yang Chen was happy, Gong Sunling was naturally happy too. She didn't care what was down there. As long as Yang Chen could use it, then it was really a good thing. Gathering everyone together, Yang Chen just told everyone that this Immortal's cave, within 100 years, should not be mentioned to anyone, including Shi Kuei and Xie Sha. Of course, they all nodded their heads. Who would disobey? After taking the various materials in the Immortal's cave, the flying sword and the jade slips, the Immortal's cave was left untouched in the same place. Everyone still followed the rules when they came. They took Yang Chen's shuttle and went straight to Chunyang Palace. Of course, changing the route was for the sake of Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map. Along the way, Yang Chen did not argue with others. As long as he encountered any monster race that appeared to block him, he would immediately change the direction and leave at high speed. This was different from going to the Immortal's cave. The white bear monster was on the way. It didn't matter if he didn't fight. It didn't matter if he went home. He could avoid it. Even with the high speed of the shuttle, the detour, and the avoidance, it took a full 2 years to return to Chunyang Palace. Along the way, Yang Chen certainly did not forget to point out his apprentice. Similarly, the cultivation of the Cypress monster family was also all done. As for Yang Chen himself, he took the time on the road to absorb 2 kinds of third-grade fire seeds, so that the Inyang heaven-burning fire had more fire seeds, and its power was greater. Now it was only a fusion of third-grade fire seeds. When it could be integrated into the 4th grade and 5th grade, it was estimated that it was time for Yang Chen to attack the Yuanying stage. A group of people returned to Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen, of course, followed the old rules and went to see his master first. Of course, Mu Bo met the master ancestor and the master's wife, but the master ancestor and the master's wife were the same person. After that, he took the Cypress monster family to visit the head of the palace. The Cypress monster family joined the Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen had already greeted the head of the palace and brought them back. Of course, there must be a ceremony. That's good. I'm going to take this opportunity to hold an apprenticeship ceremony in Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace looked at the 100 Cypress monsters brought back by Yang Chen, and his heart was overjoyed. The strength of the tree monsters, Gui Shanyu had fully demonstrated. So many Cypress monsters, if cultivated well, they would be a force that could not be ignored in Chunyang Palace in the future. How could the head of the palace not be happy? However, Yang Chen still misjudged the plan of the head of the palace. He thought that it was just a simple ceremony inside the sect, but he did not expect that the head of the palace would actually announce it to the world. Chunyang Palace, this time with great fanfare, recruited 200 or 300 disciples of the Hall of Eccentrics at one time. Among them, there were several Yuanying stage masters, plus dozens of monster cultivators in the Jidan stage. Obviously, the disciples in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave were also counted. Nowadays, it was common for the major sect to recruit disciples of the Hall of Eccentrics. Everyone attacked everywhere and recruited monster cultivators everywhere. On the contrary, the Chunyang Palace, which first made the Hall of Eccentrics, had been quiet and there was no movement, which made people very surprised. The original Chunyang Palace, which had surpassed the ancestral system, at this time in the eyes of other sect, had become a conservative element, which made people feel a sense of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But this also showed the strength of the Taishanmen. It could not be helped that the old tiger was still strong. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if the Taishanmen suffered heavy losses, they still had a powerful force that Chunyang Palace could not match in the promotion of the Hall of Eccentrics to recruit monster cultivators. If Chunyang Palace began to promote the recruitment of monster cultivators, it would definitely be besieged by countless sects, and maybe the whole sect would be destroyed. However, the Taishanmen were determined to promote it, but it was like a group of ants. The road was smooth. Even if there were some opposition voices, they were quickly annihilated in silence. Now that the Chunyang Palace recruited disciples of the Hall of Eccentrics, it became a normal thing. Just because the various sects recruited disciples of the Hall of Eccentrics, many sects' strength was also greatly increased. The palace master held a ceremony with great fanfare. It was also for others to see, so that they should not underestimate Chunyang Palace. After settling the Cypress monster family, the palace master naturally talked to Yangchen about the marriage proposal. The result was naturally not surprising, and the palace master was also unprecedentedly satisfied. After narrating the process, he looked at Yangchen and happily asked, "When do you think it is appropriate to hold the wedding? We will hold it at that time." Chapter 802. It was impossible for the head of the palace to not be happy. These days were the most comfortable and the most prestigious days in the memory of the head of the palace. Yang Chun was not there, so those masters who came to ask for alchemy naturally went to the Chunyang Palace. In the past, Chunyang Palace must receive the masters of the Deshang stage in awe and trepidation. Now, some people were still not in the list. Whether the head of the palace would see them or not depended on the mood at the time. This huge change, how could it not make the Chunyang Palace excited? In particular, the hundreds of heads lined up at the gate of the mountain made many people's faces change. At the same time, it was also the best gift for many masters to come to the mountain. Now, where would anyone dare to discuss the killer business of dealing with Yangchen? When they heard the two words Yangchen, no matter how powerful the killer was, they would directly close the door. Who would look for trouble and turn their own head into a gift for some masters to please the Chunyang Palace. If some killer groups pressed down from the top to the bottom and said that there was no way to push it away, those who dared to touch this name, they were really impatient to live. Yang Qin still didn't know these things. Now he just listened to the head of the palace, saying that the marriage proposal had been completed, and his heart was naturally happy. However, Yang Qin also knew that his own marriage was of great importance and also needed to see the arrangement of the sect. So he gave the right to decide to the head of the palace. When the head of the palace thinks it is appropriate, then it will be done at that time. Even if he became a 5th-grade alchemist master, Yang Chen had never lost his etiquette in front of the head of the palace, and he was as respectful as ever. This kind of excellent disciple with both ability and virtue, the head of the palace simply liked him more and more. Well, then wait for a few decades. Let the sect hold the grandest wedding for you. The head of the palace laughed. The disciple was so outstanding, the sect naturally could not lose face. It must be grand. Next, the head of the palace introduced the masters who came to ask for alchemy during the absence of Yangchen. In short, for the time being, in addition to Taishamen, several other big sect, including the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, plus the 5 Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect, all had high-level officials come forward, hoping that Yangchen could help refine medicinal pills. Several large, overseas, rogue cultivator alliances also had requirements. As for some small sect, as long as there was a master of the Dashang stage, they basically came to ask for alchemy. Some masters among the rogue cultivators also came in an endless stream. All the sect people were respectful to Chunyang Palace. The sudden change of status even made many Chunyang Palace disciples extremely uncomfortable. From being ignored and even oppressed to slowly, some people began to treat them equally, if for at least 100 years. However, it only took a few days for everyone to go from being treated equally to being as passionate as fire. It made people feel at a loss. All of this is because of you, Yang Qin. The head of the palace was not stingy with his own praise. You are the best disciple of Chunyang Palace, and Chunyang Palace is proud of you. This is the disciple's duty. Yang Qin did not claim credit. He was still so humble. I am waiting for the day when Taishamen also bow their heads, the head of the palace said with infinite expectations. The Taishamen plotted to annex Chunyang Palace and blew up the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. This kind of shame and humiliation, although Yang Qin also blew up the mountain gate of Taishamen, it was not easy for the head of the palace to extinguish his hatred. Yang Qin could also feel the mood change of the head of the palace. However, for Yang Qin, the elimination of the Taishamen was also his wish. At this point, there was no conflict with the head of the palace. After bidding farewell to the head of the palace, Yang Qin came to the residence of Gue Shanyu with the old patriarch of the Cypress Monsters. This trip was to introduce the patriarch to Gue Shanyu and see if the old tree demon had the intention to accept an apprentice. Sure enough, after seeing the old patriarch, the old tree demon suddenly had an idea, and the old patriarch was honored to become the first apprentice of the Chunyang Palace Hall of Eccentrics. Yang Qin brought back the refining experience of the owner of the Immortal's Cave. As expected by Yang Qin, Gao Yu and Wang Yong regarded it as a treasure. They never put it down and have been studying it. He thought that the days in the sect would be very peaceful, but what Yang Qin did not expect was that his wishful thinking was obviously extravagant. From the second day after Yang Qin's return, people kept coming to visit. For Yang Qin, these people had to be met. They were all masters. With the current status of Yang Qin, sometimes it was really not good to meet them, so as not to give people a feeling of arrogance. These people came one after another, apparently knowing the news of Yang Qin's return to Chunyang Palace. It was estimated that someone had been staring at the movements of Chunyang Palace. Everyone wanted to be able to meet Yang Qin. Even if they couldn't let Yang Qin start alchemy immediately, at least they had to get familiar with him. In the face of this enthusiastic visit, Yang Qin could only smile and greet them. All the people who came were seniors. All of them came personally, and none of them were replaced by the younger generation. Everyone who came was not empty-handed. Knowing that Yang Qin liked to collect fire seeds, almost everyone came with more or less a few kinds of fire seeds. Without saying a word, they left them to Yang Qin. In less than a month, Yang Qin received at least 500 or 600 kinds of fire seeds below the 3rd grade. These were just greeting gifts. They were not too precious. It was conceivable that one day when Yang Qin really started to refine medicinal pills, what kind of gifts would he receive? Even in the immortal world, alchemists have always been so precious. Yang Qin understood this. So after declining these greeting gifts left by everyone, Yang Qin did not hesitate to accept them. As for the requirements for alchemy for these seniors, he still had to discuss with the head of the palace. Who was first and who was last, they could even communicate with each other in private. Yang Qin would not make a decision for them. The masters who came to visit also knew that Yang Qin was not refusing, but letting them decide the order of priority. Everyone came to the door at the same time, either to fight or to pay enough price to let the other party retreat. However, the most fundamental thing was to please Yang Qin. In any case, there would be no harm in having a good relationship with Yang Qin. Many people began to rack their brains to figure out Yang Qin's hobbies. Some people even learned that Yang Qin was going to be engaged with 4 people at the same time. They vaguely felt that Yang Chen liked beautiful women and began to search around. After hearing this news, Yang Chen himself was a little bit dumbfounded. When did he become a pervert? The person who sent the fire seeds was a small vein of Yang Chen. But some people were racking their brains to get more secret things from another channel that were closer to Yang Chen's mind. A certain disciple of the Taishaman seemed to have been disliked by Yang Chen and promised spirit stones to kill him. But there has been no result so far. Chapter 803. Yang Lan's life was like hell. Although people in the Taishaman should be safe in theory, he didn't feel any sense of security. Someone offered a reward for Yang Lan's life with spirit stones. Yang Lan knew that this must be Yang Chen. In addition to the blatant display of killing intent in front of Yang Chen, he has always been a man with his tail between his legs in the Taishaman. He did not offend anyone in the sect to the point of killing him. There was no one but Yang Chen. At first, Yang Lan did not take this kind of thing to heart. As long as he was not a fool, he would not take this kind of reward. Just for a few pounds of spirit stones, he would come to the Taishaman to kill the Taishaman disciples. That was something that a fool would do. But the development of things quickly changed. With the improvement of the reward, Yang Lan also began to panic. When he didn't care before, he could still go out to practice around the Taishaman, and there was no danger. But after the reward was improved, Yang Lan had to start being careful. Yang Chen's offer was at least 3 times the value of his level. Wealth moves people's hearts. Even among the cultivators, this was an unbreakable truth. Law, earth companion, and wealth. Wealth was also a great aid to cultivation. From that time on, Yang Lan would not easily leave the Taishaman's territory. Even if he had to go out, he would be careful and always be prepared to be attacked. He would be extremely cautious and careful. Fortunately, what he worried about did not happen. Even if the Taishaman sect suffered misfortune, it was still a big sect that dominated the Tao sections. No one dared to hit the Taishaman disciples in broad daylight. Yang Lan was worried and couldn't help but start to think about finding a solid backer for himself. The young sect master, Li Liheng, became the thick thigh that Yang Lan wanted to hold. It was said that the young sect master was the illegitimate son of the current sect master, and he would inherit the great unity of the Taishaman in the future. His status was respected and his future was boundless. It was absolutely not wrong to follow the young sect master. However, it was not so easy to hold the thick thighs of the young sect master. After Yang Lan studied it for a long time, he made the decision to sacrifice his sister, Yang Lan. His brother Yang Lan was the hope of the Yang family. Yang Lan naturally couldn't watch his brother in danger. Although it was against his will, he had to accept Yang Lan's arrangement and wait for the opportunity to approach the young sect master. Under Yang Lan's guidance, after a few small means, he was slightly favored in front of the young sect master and had a certain status. At this moment, when Yang Lan thought that he had a backer and was no longer afraid of any killer, the big bad news suddenly came. The young sect master was actually possessed by the devil when he was cultivating. Although he didn't know what cultivation technique the young sect master was cultivating, it would be very troublesome if he went berserk. He would often faint without any warning. It was fine when he was idle, but sometimes he would suddenly lose consciousness in the process of cultivation. This would immediately cause his spiritual power to go out of control and his divine sense to scatter. He would always be seriously injured. If it weren't for someone staring at him all the time, maybe one day he would not know when he would die. In this regard, Yang Lan almost wanted to ask the heaven. He had already paid the price of his sister's innocence and became the young sect master's Taoist companion. How could he let the young sect master suffer this upheaval? Could it be that it was because of his double cultivation with his own sister? Yang Lan thought so, and even several elders who valued the young sect master thought so. Poor Yang Lan was directly sent to the bottom of the Taishaman, and even Yang Lan, his brother, was implicated. Originally, Yang Lan was asked to come forward to buy Yang Qin last time, but Yang Lan forced Yang Qin to the opposite side without saying a word. This errand was not very good. In addition, the top management had to bow to Yang Qin on the secret key, which made the top management unhappy. With Yang Lan as a lead, the top management was also displeased with Yang Lan. The top management of the Taishamen were not good at playing tricks. The little tricks that Yang Lan played to get Yang Lan close to the young sect master were seen by several elders at a glance. If it weren't for the cultivation method of the young sect master that no one had ever practiced, and it couldn't be completely blamed on Yang Lan, maybe those elders would have already looked at Yang Lan. When the roof leaks, it rains overnight. When the boat arrives at the middle of the river, it is too late to mend the leak. At this time, Yang Chen once again raised the reward. This time, not to mention the killers outside, even some people in the sect would be tempted. People's hearts were unpredictable. Yang Lan felt that there was no one around who could be trusted. Even if he was among the Taishanmen, everyone he saw seemed to be a guy who wanted to deal with him to collect the reward. The huge fear made him tense all the time, and he didn't even dare to close his eyes when he slept. Even when he was cultivating, Yang Lan only dared to cultivate in the most obvious way. He didn't even dare to enter the deep level of meditation, for fear that he would be unknowingly picked up when he was practicing. Restless eating, restless sleeping, sleepless at night. This was Yang Lan's current state of life. If it weren't for the foundation stage, maybe he would have become a madman under this huge pressure. But Yang Lan hated that he was already a madman. At least a madman would not have any worries. There would be no fear, and no one would try to deal with him. As the news that Yang Chen had become a 5th-grade alchemist master slowly spread from the top and gradually reached the ears of ordinary cultivators, Yang Lan could no longer support the fear of despair. The whole person seemed to have become an empty shell. At this time, not to mention that Yang Chen used spirit stones as a reward, he even just needed a word and a meaning to let others understand. Naturally, there would be countless people who would come up to kill Yang Lan to win the favor of Yang Chen. There was a person in front of him who paid close attention to Yang Lan. This person was the head of the wine Immortal house that Yang Chen had been cooperating with, Senior Jiuxian. Several of Yang Chen's previous rewards were issued through the wine Immortal house. Therefore, Jiuxian was very clear about who the initiator of this reward was. But with the identity of Jiuxian, he would not go to the trouble of a junior in the foundation stage for a few pounds of spirit stones. Since Yang Chen gave a high reward, naturally, some people would be greedy for the reward. At first, Senior Jiuxian did not take this matter to heart, but after the news that Yang Chen had become a 5th-grade alchemist master spread, all the information related to Yang Chen became the focus of Senior Jiuxian's attention. Soon, his attention was focused on Yang Lan. This guy actually let Yang Chen use a reward more than 10 times the market price to kill him. Obviously, he had offended Yang Chen badly. At this time, Senior Jiuxian certainly hoped to have better contact with Yang Chen. Naturally, a weighty meeting gift was essential. Yang Lan, who made Yang Chen hate, was a very good gift. Chapter 804. Of course, Yang Lan didn't know that there were people who he couldn't afford to provoke staring at him. However, he was now in a state of panic. Even among the Taishamen, he lived in fear every day. Who could have thought that a little Jiran stage disciple of a second-rate sect could suddenly become a 5th-grade alchemist master in less than a few decades? If he knew this, why did he do it? He and Yang Chen were fellow countrymen. Yang Lan remembered his arrogant performance when he saw Yang Chen at that time and felt like slapping himself in the face. At that time, Yang Chen had already shown the strength that the top leaders of Taishamen wanted to recruit. How could he be blinded by lard and want to put him to death? If he had carefully recruited Yang Chen at that time, he would also be a person with great merit. Even if Yang Chen became a 5th-grade alchemist master, he would have to think about the benefits of his recommendation. Wouldn't such a big thigh be more comfortable than any young sect master? If he had given his sister, Yanglan, to Yang Qin at that time, not to mention in Taishimen, he could walk sideways in the entire Dao sects. Infinite remorse made Yanglan want to dig a pit and bury himself. A series of stupid moves led to him having to face the killing situation that may appear at any time. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. But in addition to remorse, Yanglan also had an anger that could not be vented. Who was Yang Qin? When he was in Yangjia village, he was just a little child of old Master Yang and a tenant farmer. He was thrown out at the gate of Taishimen because he was a country bumpkin. Such a lowly thing actually became a disciple of Chunyang Palace. If he was mediocre, it would be fine. How could he be so successful in a second-rate sect? Even the top leaders of Taishimen were tempted. Why? He was carefully trained by old Master Yang since he was a child. He was literate. When he was a prospective outer sect disciple, he was born with a few more advantages than those bumpkins. He successfully became an outer sect disciple, and then he became an inner sect disciple. But how could the descendant of a bumpkin have higher achievements than him? The inner jealousy made Yanglan hate Yang Qin more and more. He hated that he could not break Yang Chen's body into pieces. However, he was only at the foundational level. Against Yang Chen, only death awaited him. It must be said that the wine immortal was also a good hand to figure out people's minds. Yang Chen would rather use spirit stones to reward Yang Chen instead of speaking directly. He knew that Yang Chen didn't want Yanglan to die too quickly. Senior Zhu Xian was now at the peak Yuaning stage, and naturally he was also envious of the questioning inner heart pill. Although the cooperation with Chunyang Palace was good, some trivial news could not be exchanged for questioning inner heart pills. Moreover, how precious the questioning inner heart pill was, I am afraid that even if it was Yang Qin, it would not be so easy to refine it. With the intelligence system of the Wine Immortal House, the Blue Cloud sect, and the Green Jade Immortal Island getting the questioning inner heart pill from Chunyang Palace, naturally could not be hidden from the Wine Immortal. However, with the financial resources and friendship of the Wine Immortal House, for the time being, it was still unable to come up with a satisfactory reward for the Chunyang Palace Yangqin, and it was also unable to come up with those 10,000 years of medicinal materials. Now there was a great opportunity in front of the Wine Immortal Senior. As long as Yanglan could be beautiful, he could naturally enter the eyes of Yang Qin. As for the questioning inner heart pill, in fact, the Wine Immortal himself only needed one. Yang Qin could refine about 10 in one furnace. That was still in the past. Now that Yang Qin was a 5th-grade alchemist master, it was estimated that he could make more pills. From the hands of a big sect, he could deduct one for him. In Taishimen, the Wine Immortal also had some connections. The Wine Immortal House could mediate freely in the major sects, relying on these connections. The Wine Immortal spoke and wanted to move an unpopular junior of Taishimen. Naturally, many people were willing to serve. Yanglan's days fell into hell even more. Even among the Taishimen, there were many people who would come to take care of him from time to time. Everyone's status was higher than his, and the things they wanted to do were very reasonable. He did not dare to not do what he was told. However, these people's orders seemed simple, but every one of them required him to go out. If it wasn't to gather some materials, it was to send some letters. Every single task required him to contribute to the sect. It was a complete mess. However, Yanglan really didn't want to go out, but he had to go out. On the one hand, the sect's disobedience was a capital offense. On the other hand, he might be targeted by a killer when he went out, which was also a capital offense. Under the boundless fear, Yanglan could only go out with courage. Unfortunately, no matter how careful Yanglan was, under the care of the Wine Immortal House, how could his whereabouts be kept a secret? Several so-called killers, arranged by the Wine Immortal, soon found him. A junior in the peak of the foundation stage, a few killers could easily kill Yanglan 10 times, but the Wine Immortal just let them scare him, let Yanglan be injured, and then every time he escaped with his life. Several times in succession, when Yanglan heard the order to let him go out in the sect, he would almost immediately shiver reflexively, the feeling of life and death hanging by a thread. He didn't want to try it again. When the order came down, Yang Lan would rather violate the rules of the sect, and he was not willing to go out again. After several consecutive times, the law enforcement hall of Taishimin found Yang Lan. From the information grasped by the law enforcement hall, Yang Lan, a foundation stage disciple, couldn't even complete some of the simplest sect tasks. And later it wasn't that he couldn't complete the task at all, and even he didn't accept the task of the sect at all. What was the use of such a disciple? Of course, the law enforcement hall of the sect also listened to Yang Lan's discrimination. However, no matter how they checked, it was impossible to say that the simplest task of collecting materials outside the sect, given to him by the assigned disciples, was deliberately framing him. As for the high bounty for Yang Lan's life outside, it was even more nonsense. How could the wine Immortal not take care of everything? At the time of design, all the bounties against Yang Lan had been withdrawn. This was issued through the wine Immortal house. Of course, withdrawing it was a matter of a sentence. After the law enforcement hall inspected it, there was no favoritism. It confirmed that there was indeed a high bounty against Yang Lan before, but it has now been withdrawn. Yang Lan refused to complete the task of the sect for more than 2 years after the revocation of the bounty, and he would be punished by the law enforcement hall of the sect. Let the law enforcement hall of Taishimin punish Yang Lan, and this process will continue. This is more painful than Yang Chen's high bounty for Yang Lan's life, especially the knife from the inside, the knife from the people around him, the feeling of stabbing people, even more painful than the enemy stabbing himself. Yang Lan was trapped in such pain. Chapter 805. When the wine Immortal saw Yang Chen, he didn't say much. He just gave Yang Chen a piece of jade slip, which recorded Yang Lan's days over the years and the punishment he suffered from the Taishimin Law Enforcement Hall. Yang Chen was very surprised, but he immediately realized that the wine Immortal predecessor was showing goodwill to himself, and he did it without any trace, but it was better than his own means. The ginger was really old and spicy. Yang Chen couldn't help but admire it. The wine Immortal's approach was indeed more satisfying than killing Yang Lan. In his previous life, Yang Lan relied on the power of the Taishimin sect to bully Yang Chen. Now, in turn, he used the hands of the Taishimin to punish Yang Lan. This was really an eye for an eye, which made people happy to the extreme. The things that the wine Immortal liked, Yang Chen understood, were nothing more than 2 things. One was the jade dragon wine, the other was the medicinal pills that he refined himself. From the point of view of the wine Immortal's current peak, yuanying stage cultivation base, he wanted the questioning inner heart pill. The friendship between Yang Chen and the wine Immortal was not too deep, but they also had a lot of dealings. A lot of the information that Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen needed could be obtained from the wine Immortal house. Since the wine Immortal predecessor did this thing that made Yang Chen feel comfortable, Yang Chen naturally did not mind getting closer to the relationship with the wine Immortal predecessor. It was not bad for him to have a friend like Bai Shaosheng. At the moment, Yang Chen was not stingy. He directly took out 1,000 jin of the jade dragon wine and put it in several large wine jars and sent it over. So much jade dragon wine. It was enough for the wine Immortal predecessor to not worry about his wine in the next few decades. This is some of the auxiliary wine that this younger generation junior brewed himself. Which one is most suitable for the jade dragon wine? I need the senior to taste it. Given the jade dragon wine, Yang Chen was not stingy with some of the newly brewed auxiliary wine. It was said to be newly brewed, but in fact, it has been decades of experience. For the wine Immortal, this was simply the best gift. Not to mention that the value of the jade dragon wine that Yang Chen gave him has far exceeded the cost of Jiu Xian's manpower. The auxiliary wine brewed by Yang Chen himself was simply an unexpected surprise. Who was Yang Chen? How could the wine brewed by a 5th-grade alchemy grandmaster be wrong? How many people could enjoy the wine brewed by Yang Chen himself? What's more, When Yang Chen met Gang Juxian decades ago, he said that the taste of those ordinary auxiliary wines was not enough to stimulate the delicious jade dragon wine. He wanted to specially brew auxiliary wines. The good things that Yang Chen gave were definitely the most coveted delicacies of the wine Immortal. Jiuxian was named after wine and naturally loved wine. When he heard Yang Chen's words, he couldn't wait to open it and taste it immediately. Fortunately, Senior Jiuxian was also the speaker of the Wine Immortal House. After so many years, the shrewdness has long been tempered. He happily accepted Yang Chen's wine and did not be rude on the spot. Jiuxian also knew that this was the reward given to him by Yang Chen, indicating that he did a good job in this matter. For this pile of wine immortals, this was better news. Yang Chen accepted his kindness and even gave him his favorite wine in return. For Yang Chen's medicinal pills, Jiuxian never thought that he would get it because of such a small thing. His purpose was to have a better relationship with Yang Chen so that he could speak in front of Yang Chen in the future. Now that the purpose was fully achieved, how could it not make Senior Jiuxian overjoyed? However, Yang Chen had another idea. Looking at the happy appearance of Senior Jiuxian, his heart suddenly moved. Senior Jiuxian was a rogue cultivator. His family had a big foundation and recruited a lot of rogue cultivators. The Wine Immortal House was now also a force that could not be ignored among the cultivators. If this force could fall to the Chunyang Palace, there would be more confidence in dealing with the Taishaman in the future. After thinking about it, Yang Chen still felt that there was an opportunity in front of him. Maybe he should talk to Senior Jiuxian. Senior, this younger generation junior has some words. I don't know if I should say it. Yang Chen hesitated for a moment, deliberated over his words, and slowly said, after thinking about it, this younger generation junior still feels that it is not good to say it. Senior, the younger generation junior, is joking. If the senior feels that it is not appropriate, then this younger generation junior did not say it. As he said this, Yang Chen took out some wine tools from his chinquan bag and took out a jar of jade dragon wine that had been prepared. He filled it for Senior Jiuxian and filled it for himself. The two of them touched their glasses and drank it. Just say it, there is no need to say it. With the wine in his mouth, Senior Jiuxian's words were also a lot more carefree. For Yang Chen's politeness, he didn't care and let him say it directly. After Yang Chen arranged a few restrictions, he carefully asked, Senior, this younger generation junior is very curious. With the actions of the senior, no matter which big sect you join, there will be people who will welcome you. How can the senior never consider it? Jiuxian's life experience was clean. Yang Chen's previous life was clear, so he would ask this question. To win over Jiuxian, of course, he had to know whether he was willing or not. Oh, do you think that if this old man enters a big sect, people will treat this old man as a treasure? Jiuxian smiled bitterly. Yang Chen was stunned, and then suddenly realized. With the cultivation base of Jiuxian, he could be accepted by people, but it was impossible to become a senior member of a big sect. Relying on the Jiuxian house, Jiuxian predecessor could win a place for himself. But no big sect would be willing to have such an intelligence system in the hands of a person who became a monk halfway. Naturally, they would try their best to infiltrate and then achieve the goal of complete control of the sect. In this way, the status of Jiuxian predecessor would not be so famous. Seeing that Jiuxian would rather be outside, he knew that he was not a person who was willing to be under others. It was naturally understandable to have such a choice. If it was a small sect, it would be impossible to fight against those big sects. Such an intelligence system, if it was in the hands of a small sect, it was a road to disaster. It was better to be independent like now. No one was close to anyone, no one was biased, and it was safer. Among the cultivators, Jiuxian House was actually not easy to survive. I don't know what the senior thinks of my Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen hesitated and finally said it. Jiuxian was stunned, and then began to think about it. Compared with the big sect, Chunyang Palace would naturally not be strong. If he joined, he would definitely be put in an important position, which was in line with his requirements. Moreover, Chunyang Palace is now cooperating happily with the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, and its strength has begun to expand. Even if it was a big sect, it would not dare to easily deal with Chunyang Palace, especially after Yang Qin became a 5th-grade alchemy master. Countless people flattered him. His status was naturally more and more stable, and his future was boundless. If he joined Chunyang Palace, it seemed that he could meet the requirements of Jiuxian, and there would be no worries of other sect. It seemed to be a good choice. Soon, Jiuxian's eyes lit up. Chapter 806. Should he join Chunyang Palace? The Wine Immortal was thinking about this issue. Obviously, there were benefits to joining. Especially for him personally, it was of great benefit. Not to mention anything else. The questioning inner heart pill alone was enough to make him tempted. Not to mention, if he was successfully promoted to the Deshang stage, he would only be valued more in Chunyang Palace, instead of being marginalized like other major sect. For the Wine Immortal House, it was also a great opportunity. The resources of Chunyang Palace now made people jealous. Others didn't know, but how could the Wine Immortal House, which specialized in selling intelligence, not know? If they joined Chunyang Palace, at least those rogue cultivators could have a lot of opportunities. In particular, after joining Chunyang Palace, these disciples of the Wine Immortal House would have long-term benefits. Once the Wine Immortal passed away, they would not lose their backbone, decline from then on, and become a poor, struggling, rogue cultivator again. These disciples of the Wine Immortal House were absolutely willing to join Chunyang Palace at this time. They would not be looked down upon, and now the status of the disciples of Chunyang Palace outside was absolutely enviable. At present, Chunyang Palace was rising, but it had not yet fully risen, and it needed to absorb strength from all aspects. If they could absorb the Wine Immortal House, it would also be a great opportunity for Chunyang Palace. And with Yang Qin, a 5th-grade alchemist master, even if the Wine Immortal joined Chunyang Palace, there was a very legitimate reason. He lacked the questioning inner heart pill, and Chunyang Palace could provide it, so he couldn't resist the temptation. As for the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, they were originally cooperating with Chunyang Palace, and they were happy to see Chunyang Palace grow stronger. Secondly, even if they had the questioning inner heart pill, at most, they could only give one to the Wine Immortal. There were a lot of Deshang stage and Yuanying stage masters in the sect, and it was not enough for each person to get one. How could they be as generous as Chunyang Palace? This reason could be taken to the sect master of any small sect, let alone a small Wine Immortal house. At this moment, the Wine Immortal almost wanted to agree directly. However, he was still reserved and forced himself to endure it. After all, the reason why the Wine Immortal House could become an intelligence dealer was because of its relatively independent position. If he became a member of Chunyang Palace, then other sect would inevitably have concerns when dealing with him, which would affect the business of Wine Immortal House. If the Wine Immortal House doesn't have this convenient identity to obtain intelligence, then his own status will definitely be weakened. If Senior is not willing to join Chunyang Palace in the open, in fact, it can also be a way for us to establish a closer cooperative relationship. Yang Qin saw Zhu Xian's hesitation and said again, a closer working relationship. Jiu Xian was obviously more interested in Yang Chen's statement. After all, there was the temptation of a good thing like the questioning inner heart pill. Jiu Xian was still very happy to maintain cooperation with Chunyang Palace. For example, all the information obtained by the Wine Immortal House can be copied to Chunyang Palace in advance. Yang Chen said with a smile, when necessary, Chunyang Palace will also provide certain protection for the Wine Immortal House. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Jiu Xian's eyes widened. All the information was copied to Chunyang Palace. Wasn't this Chunyang Palace the Wine Immortal House, and the Wine Immortal House was Chunyang Palace? Of course, our two sides are only in a cooperative relationship. Yang Qin smiled and said, I will pay the necessary rewards and will never break the rules of the Wine Immortal House. Paying for the information was originally the business of the Wine Immortal House. Of course, this was not a violation of the rules. However, what kind of revenge could make Jiu Xian make such a decision? Even Jiu Xian himself was a little nervous. In Yang Chen's hand, there was a jade box, and he slowly pushed it in front of Jiu Xian. Looking at this jade box, Jiu Xian's breathing was also hurried. Even in the peak yuanying stage, after guessing what might be in this jade box, he couldn't help but be nervous. This is a questioning inner heart pill. Yang Qin directly broke the contents of the jade box as a deposit. It's just a questioning inner heart pill. It's not a good thing. Senior can accept it first. When this junior refines more questioning inner heart pills in the future, I will give 2 to the Wine Immortal House. Yang Chen released his hand and left the jade box in front of Jiu Xian. He slowly asked, 3 questioning inner heart pills before and after. I don't know if we can reach a deal. Jiu Xian's heart was already in his throat. In this jade box, it was the questioning inner heart pill that he dreamed of. Perhaps it was the life-saving pill for him to break through the current bottleneck and enter the realm of the Deshang stage. But after listening to Yang Chen's statement, the Wine Immortal was even more shocked and shocked. Not a good thing? Jiu Xian almost wanted to ask Yang Chen aloud, if the questioning inner heart pill was not a good thing, then what was a good thing? These days, how many masters had contacted Chunying Palace before and after? What was everyone for? Wasn't the questioning inner heart pill? Before, because Yang Chen and Chunying Palace had never announced that they were willing to make alchemy for outsiders. Now that it has been announced, of course, everyone wanted to ask for a few. So many masters valued the questioning inner heart pill that hundreds of Deshang stage masters and thousands of Yuanying stage masters needed. In the eyes of Yang Qin, it was not a good thing. However, it was normal for Yang Qin to say this. As Yang Qin said, the questioning inner heart pill was just a questioning inner heart pill. He could also refine the second-grade questioning inner heart pill. As far as Jiu Xian knew, among the questioning inner heart pills that Yang Chen refined for the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, there were few second-grade questioning inner heart pills. That was still a few decades ago. Yang Chen had now become a 5th-grade alchemist master. Naturally, his alchemy level was higher, and it was not impossible for him to refine more second-grade questioning inner heart pills. Second-grade questioning inner heart pill. If a questioning inner heart pill was not enough to make him break through, then the second-grade questioning inner heart pill could absolutely guarantee it. What's more, there were still 2 of them. The hope of his ascension and tribulation depended on these 2 second-grade questioning inner heart pills. Senior Jiu Xian's heart had been stirred up, and the sound made him feel big. However, the Wine Immortal didn't feel any shame at all. Not to mention that he was a peak Yuanying stage cultivator. Anyone else, even the sect master of the greatest heaven sect, may not be able to resist such temptation. Who doesn't want to ascend in the day? If there was no way and there was no hope, who would be willing to be trapped in the Yuanying stage or even the Deshang stage for a lifetime and slowly die of old age? The price given by Yang Chen was really exciting. Senior, 1 questioning inner heart pill, 2 second-grade questioning inner heart pills. If Senior still feels that there is something wrong, just say it. Yang Chen struck while the iron was hot and said, however, if the price is too high, then the deal can only be broken. Chapter 807. The sudden business made the Wine Immortal unable to make a decision directly, but he was reluctant to give up this opportunity. You must know that this was the moment when he was closest to the questioning inner heart pill, and the 3 questioning inner heart pills, said to be the reward for the Wine Immortal House, were actually for the Wine Immortal himself. This point was well known to the Wine Immortal. He got the benefits, but the Wine Immortal House did not have much income. This matter was naturally not easy to explain. Even if the Wine Immortal was the founder of the Wine Immortal house, it would not make sense. In the previous transaction, the Jade Dragon wine was converted into spirit stones for the Wine Immortal to buy with his own spirit stones. That was to say, Chunyang Palace used spirit stones to buy the information of the Wine Immortal house. If this questioning inner heart pill was also settled in this way, the Wine Immortal himself did not know how many spirit stones he would have to pay to get a questioning inner heart pill. You must know that there were a lot of spirit stones in the Wine Immortal house, but there was only one questioning inner heart pill, and there were no other branches. Moreover, with the scarcity of the medicinal materials for the questioning inner heart pill, the price of the questioning inner heart pill was definitely an astronomical figure. Even many masters of the Deshang stage have planned to unite and are willing to jointly collect the 10,000-year medicinal materials needed for the questioning inner heart pill, and then refine a furnace of questioning inner heart pill. In this case, the difficulty of getting a questioning inner heart pill could be imagined, let alone 3, 2 of which were second grade. After hesitating for a long time, the Wine Immortal finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. Looking at Yang Chen, he asked with some discussion, if the Wine Immortal house secretly joins Chunying Palace, is it possible? What kind of secret method? Yang Chen raised his eyebrows and asked. This old man and several core principals have joined Chunying Palace, but we are all secretive, and the other people in the Wine Immortal house do not know. All the intelligence, of course, will be copied to Chunying Palace. How about it? The Wine Immortal said his own way, looking at Yang Chen, waiting for Yang Chen's decision. In the end, the Wine Immortal also added a sentence, when I join Chunying Palace, I can make a heart oath and be loyal to Chunying Palace. Just when these principles are needed, they can also get the support of Chunying Palace. Why not? Yang Chen was overjoyed. The merger of the Wine Immortal house originally wanted their perfect intelligence system. Now the goal was achieved, and it did not affect the business of the Wine Immortal house. Naturally, it was a happy situation. So, Senior, follow me to see the head of the palace. Soon, the two appeared in front of the head of the palace. After listening to the narration of Yang Chen, and then the addition of the Wine Immortal, the shock on the face of the head of the palace could not be described with words. The Wine Immortal house, which could almost be said to be the #1 intelligence system among the cultivators, covering the organization of Taoism, devil, and demon, was actually under the command of Chunying Palace? Although it couldn't be said to the public, all the information was copied to Chunying Palace. For Chunying Palace, it was like there were countless eyes outside, watching everything that happened in the mortal world for the sect. Was there anything more shocking and fantastical than this? For a time, the head of the palace was only left dumbfounded and couldn't say a word. If it weren't for Yang Chen looking at the head of the palace, such a rudeness was somewhat unjustifiable. He coughed a few times to call back the attention of the head of the palace. I'm sorry, this happy event came too suddenly. I can't help but be surprised. The head of the palace immediately apologized to the Wine Immortal. But such a surprise also reflected the importance of the head of the palace to the Wine Immortal house, so that the Wine Immortal could not help but feel a sense of importance. Soon, the head of the palace summoned all the elders to discuss. When they heard the news that the Wine Immortal house was merged into the Chunying Palace, almost all the elders had the kind of expression of surprise, almost the same as the head of the palace. Of course, welcome. Several elders directly stated that with the Wine Immortal house, the Chunying Palace was like a tiger with wings. This kind of good thing would be pushed out, that was a fool. What's more, the Wine Immortal and the core of the Wine Immortal house would make a heart oath, which was more reassuring. The Wine Immortal is an elder of my Chunying Palace, and can participate in Chunying Palace discussions at any time. The head of the palace immediately gave the Wine Immortal the highest treatment, now that he, the head of the palace, was the elder who could discuss matters. The position given to the Wine Immortal was definitely the core position of the Chunying Palace. As for the operation of the Wine Immortal house, it was naturally the nephew who carried the lantern. As usual, no one would change anything. It was just that the information that was originally given to the Wine Immortal would be copied by the Wine Immortal himself and sent to the Chunyang Palace. Those who joined the Chunyang Palace were naturally the core disciples. The head of the palace directly promised that as long as their cultivation base was improved, there would be medicinal pills for the realm they reached. Inner sensing pill, questioning inner heart pill. Chunyang Palace would never be stingy. This time, it could also be regarded as solving the worries of these core masters of the Wine Immortal House. They only had to focus on running the Wine Immortal House and developing and growing it. In the future, their cultivation would have the secret support of Chunyang Palace. Now it seemed that not to mention the Yuanying Deshang stage, even if they ascended to heaven, it would not be a problem. The master of the Wine Immortal House naturally had the Wine Immortal Elder to settle down, and the Chunyang Palace had also arranged everything for the senior Wine Immortal. Later, everyone's eyes were once again focused on Yang Qin. Just a few days after returning from the outside, Yang Qin actually brought such a surprise to the sect. The elders looked at Yang Chen's eyes, and they were almost blooming. Was there anyone who made people more speechless than this disciple? Even if others lived for a lifetime, it was estimated that Yang Qin had done more great things in the past 100 years. Next, the senior Wine Immortal first gave everyone some recent sensitive intelligence, especially for Yang Qin and Chunying Palace, which was a more detailed explanation. Some Deshang stage masters wanted to unite to ask for the questioning inner heart pill, which was normal and not worth making a fuss about. Several big sect also planned to cooperate with Chunyang Palace. These were not news. What attracted everyone's attention the most were two pieces of news. One was the attitude of the Taishaman. It seemed that the high-level members of the Taishaman sect were divided. Some people wanted Yang Qin to help treat the injured Deshang stage elders and young sect masters, and by the way, ask for some questioning inner heart pills. The other part of the hardliners clamored that it would be better to destroy the Chunyang Palace and capture Yang Qin. The two sides quarreled, and there was no conclusion so far. The other news came from an unknown place. Yang Qin could become a 5th-grade alchemist master at this age. Some people speculated that Yang Qin had obtained the secret inheritance of a master of alchemy. Many people wanted to get this inheritance from Yang Qin's hands, and some people even had the idea of killing him. In particular, some people even clamored to destroy Yang Qin. They couldn't let him outshine others in the mortal world and step on other alchemy masters. Chapter 808. It was normal for Taishaman to have internal differences. After all, Taishaman used to dominate the Taoist sect. When did they put down their pride to ask others for help? Even when Yang Qin helped them to interpret the secret key last time, they were still arrogant, but they paid the price of some financial resources. If they wanted to save people this time, they must use Yang Qin's 5th-grade medicinal pill. Everyone knew how difficult it was to be a 5th-grade alchemist master. Maybe the last 5th-grade medicinal pill was also refined by Yang Qin, who didn't know how many generations of dog shit luck he had. If he was asked to refine it again, it was unknown whether he could succeed or not. If a 5th-grade alchemist master was asked to do it, the financial resources were absolutely not enough. Even on the surface, the sect master or the chief elder of Taishaman had to come forward and inform Yang Qin. How could the high level of Taishaman pay a visit to a junior like this? How could the high and mighty Taishaman bear this kind of humiliation? Originally, Taishaman had been very dissatisfied with the rise of Chunyang Palace, a second-rate sect, especially when the arrangement of Taishaman in Chunyang Palace was uprooted. Although it was not known whether Chunyang Palace had already known the arrangement of Taishaman, they still suffered a loss from Chunyang Palace. Now they had to put on a low profile to Chunyang Palace and ask a junior disciple to rescue several injured elders and young sect master of their own sect. How could this be tolerated? In the end, Taishaman were the leaders of the Taoist sect or Chunyang Palace. The pure Yang Palace should take the initiative to come up and flatter him. There were many people who wanted to destroy Chunyang Palace and kill Yangqin. They had planned to kill Yangqin and even sacrificed the lives of 6 Yuanying stage elders. They endured it for the secret key. Could it be that he had to endure it again because of the injured elder and young sect master? Speaking of it, the 3 Deshang stage elders and the young sect master were indeed very important. But could it be that for these, even the face of the Taishaman was not wanted? This time he first lowered his head in exchange for Yangqin to save the elder and young sect master. Then, when he wanted to kill him, something else jumped out. How could he not move? Simply kill Yangqin once and for all. As for the injuries of the 3 masters of the Deshang stage, they could only endure for a few hundred years at most. After a few hundred years, they could still recover. Of course, people who didn't know the inside story wouldn't think that the young sect master was important. How could a possible illegitimate child be worth using the sect's face to exchange for? The Taishaman had never formally contacted Chunying Palace because of the endless quarrels between the 2 sides. There was a dispute within the Taishaman, which was a good thing for Chunying Palace and several other major sect sections. Everyone hated to see the Taishaman split. The second news was a bit strange. Obviously, this news was released by some unwilling alchemists. Maybe it was also related to several alchemy sect sections. For the time being, there was no further news from the Wine Immortal house. However, many people were very curious about the fact that Yang Chen could become a 5th-grade alchemist master at this age. It was said that he had obtained a secret inheritance, which sounded very credible. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin, and the same was true in the world of cultivators. When most people felt that this was the case, it was inevitable that some people would have other thoughts. It was normal to have the idea of Yangqin. It was inevitable that there would be some Yuanying stage or Deshang stage alchemists who would use this idea. Yangqin was now the best treasure of Chunying Palace. The sect would not be willing to see Yangqin have an accident in any case. Since the Wine Immortal house got the news in this regard, the head of the palace suddenly became nervous. You should not go out for a while in recent years. Stay in the sect and cultivate. At this time, the head of the palace, regardless of the wishes of Yangqin, directly gave him an order. It is best to collect some accurate news here in the Wine Immortal house and wait until this matter is thoroughly clarified. This was for the safety of Yangqin. Yangqin hesitated a little and accepted the order of the head of the palace. He had been out for a lot of time in recent years. It was better to calm down and cultivate well in the sect. Since he decided to stay in the sect, Yangqin also began to determine the direction of his own cultivation. After the condensing of all attributes, the next step was the improvement of spiritual power, which could not be rushed. Yangqin's yin-yang 5 elements secret art was now balanced, and it was time to vigorously attack the middle Jiedan stage. The body refining technique also had to continue. The realm of mountain picking strength had been completely consolidated, and he was attacking the next realm of river turning strength. He believed that he could reach it in 10 or 20 years. Speaking of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, Yangqin could not help but sigh at his good luck. In his previous life, he did not put this kind of stupid body refining technique in his eyes. But since he got the cultivation method of the body refining technique, he found that he still underestimated this body refining technique. Because of the harsh conditions of cultivation, many cultivators could not reach the standard of pure physical strength unless they went to the immortal world. At that point, because they ascended from the mortal world to the spiritual world, and from the spiritual world to the immortal world, after 2 ascensions, the body has become an immortal body. To cultivate this body refining technique to transform the immortal body, it was naturally difficult. Even if it took thousands of years, it was very rare for people to be able to cultivate to the 4th realm. On the contrary, Yangqin's current mortal body was the easiest to transform. In addition, Yangqin's body had been transformed by the life essence of countless immortals. It only took a few decades to cultivate to the 2nd realm of mountain picking strength. The strength of 10,000 gene, mountain picking strength, river turning strength, sea turning strength, earth shaking strength, and sky raising strength corresponded to the 6 realms of the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique. However, even in the heavenly court, the strongest yellow turbaned strongman only reached the 4th realm of sea turning strength. It has never been heard of anyone cultivating to the realm of sky raising strength. And these yellow turbaned strongmen could only serve as the lowest chores of the heavenly court. Yang Qin now has the hope to cultivate to the 6th realm of sky raising strength within 1,000 years. This was simply a gift from heaven to Yang Qin. At the time of sea turning strength, those powerful yellow turbaned strongmen could resist the masters of the devil race. He really didn't know how powerful it would be when he reached the realm of sky raising strength. The rest was the 3 purities secret art. Yang Qin has never stopped cultivating the 3 purities secret art for a day. Because of the relationship between Gao Yu and Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness double cultivation, Yang Qin does not have to worry about the trouble of splitting his spiritual awareness for the time being. However, he believed that with the deepening of Yang Qin's cultivation base, he still had to face this problem. If Yang Qin didn't want to split his spiritual awareness in this realm, it seemed that he could only consider spiritual awareness double cultivation with his other 2 wives, Sen Qingxue and Shi Shanshan. Chapter 809. As always, Yang Qin chose to retreat and cultivate. Gao Yu got the inheritance jade slip of the owner of the Immortal's cave and studied it tirelessly. At the same time, she also sacrificially refined her own dragon horn flying sword and did not retreat with Yang Qin. Gong Sunling still had to go out to experience. She now had 3 more Yuanying stage masters, sacrificially refining the mountain river geographical map for her. Naturally, the more complete the mountain river geographical map, the better. The Dao Sect's territory must be visited at least. If possible, she would also go to the sea and go to the overseas, rogue, cultivator's territory. With the sharp sword array and maze, plus the high speed of the ship, not to mention the praying mantis puppet. For the time being, the safety of Gong Sunling did not need to be worried too much, unless someone was targeting Yang Qin. But even the most stupid fool knew that moving Gong Sunling was equivalent to completely offending Yang Qin. Yang Qin's words, it was not known how many Deshang stage masters were willing to use some people's heads to make a favor. Yang Qin was alone on a spiritual vein in the Immortal's cave. Xiao Tian has now cultivated to the 6th picture. It was estimated that after all the cultivation methods of the 8 pictures were completed, the 2nd floor of the Dragon Tower could be opened and more advanced cultivation methods could be cultivated. Now Xiao Tian's body seemed to be slightly larger and the dragon chi was more and more intense. All the flying sword in Yang Qin's hands were digested by Xiao Tian once in his belly, and there was no sword spirit. Perhaps when the 2nd floor of the Dragon Tower was opened, Yang Qin could try to let Xiao Tian collect the dragon bead in the Dragon Palace treasure house, which was the real essence of the Dragon Palace treasure house. It was said to be a retreat cultivation, but in fact, Yang Qin wanted to refine his own yin-yang 5 elements flying sword. The discovery of the 4th fire true essence made Yang Qin very happy, and some of the fire attribute materials found in the Immortal's cave were the best for refining the 4th fire attribute flying sword. Yang Qin took out all these materials. This would be Yang Qin's 4th fire flying sword of the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword. On the way back, Yang Qin had already read and memorized all the jade slips left behind by the owner of the Immortal's cave. There were some things that Yang Qin could learn from. Before starting to refine the sword embryo, Yang Qin still chose to absorb all the fire seeds below the 3rd grade into the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. With the absorption of enough 3rd grade fire seeds, the speed of absorbing and fusing 1st and 2nd grade fire seeds has been very fast. He can complete 1 in a few days. Excluding the hundreds of flames after repetition, it only took Yang Qin 2 years. And with the more fire seeds it absorbed, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was also evolving in the direction of perfection. The powerful yin-yang heaven-burning fire fused these materials to form a sword embryo and imprinted the mark of Yangqin. This process was completed by Yangchen with ease. It was much easier than when he was refining the first with second wood flying sword. It only took a short 2 years, and a very beautiful-looking fourth fire flying sword was freshly made. The perfect fourth fire attribute, coupled with the materials carefully selected by Taishimin, achieved this perfect flying sword embryo. The reason why it was still a sword embryo was that the flying sword had not been tempered by Yangqin for a long time, and a series of follow-up work had not yet been completed, but now it could be used to fight. If it was bitten in the mouth of Xiao Tian, the fourth fire flying sword could also cut off any opponent. It was rare to calm down and retreat for a long time. Yangchen simply did not go out, but began to carefully study and practice the experience left in the medicine-nourishing gourd. Yangchen, who had already collected enough ordinary medicinal materials, tried all kinds of medicinal materials one by one, all kinds of heat, all kinds of fusion, all kinds of techniques with his multitasking skills. With the profound spirit furnace, in a short period of 10 years, the jade slips in the medicine-nourishing gourd were carefully studied, and even the single and 2 or 3 kinds of medicinal materials were all tested. In the square of the medicine-nourishing gourd, there were tens of thousands of kinds of dregs. This was the dregs of the most basic medicine that Yangqin had personally refined, and it was also the result of Yangchen's thorough consolidation of the most basic knowledge of alchemy in this life. At this point, Yangchen's biggest shortcoming in alchemy has been made up, and he no longer relied on the experience of his previous life. With these solid, basic knowledge, when Yangqin tried to refine the second-grade inner sensing pill again, he felt more comfortable. Everything was under control. Any changes in the profound spirit furnace were expected by himself. Even if Yangchen wanted which medicinal pill quality was high and which medicinal pill quality was low, he could easily control it. This kind of change, compared with Yangchen's previous refining of medicinal pills by simply relying on the knowledge of fire control, he didn't know how many times it was more advanced. This was the realm of the alchemy master that Yangchen wanted, rather than relying on the memory of his previous life to mix into a senior alchemy master. The old book of his previous life would always be used up. Now he had completely become a real alchemy master. The quality of the refined second-grade inner sensing pill was even higher, which was amazing. Yangchen even felt that if he started to refine the second-grade questioning inner heart pill now, it would be more perfect. Of course, the second-grade questioning inner heart pill would also be promoted to the third grade under the effect of the profound spirit furnace. The third-grade questioning inner heart pill, if it was passed out, it would definitely make people crazy. This grade of medicinal pill, casually taking out one, was worth making people go bankrupt to get it. Now Yangchen was really relying on his own alchemy strength, standing at the peak of the mortal world's alchemy. After more than 10 years of retreat, Yangchen's spiritual power has been completely raised to the level of the middle Jiedan stage. If it hadn't taken decades for the full attribute Jiedan, he might have reached this realm long ago. However, now that the full attribute Jiedan, the speed of cultivation was faster, Yangchen has a hunch that even without any external force, he could enter the late Jiedan stage after 30 years by relying on his own cultivation. After that, he would have another 100 years, enough to reach the realm of forming his nascent soul. Now Yangchen also has to consider the matter of forming his nascent soul in advance. The full attribute Jiedan required at least 6 kinds of spiritual power Jiedan, and 3 kinds of spiritual power Jiedan in each of the positive and negative 5 elements. If it was forming his nascent soul, it would require more demanding conditions. It's just that even Yangchen didn't know what kind of concept it was and what would happen. Although the yin and yang 5 elements secret art was powerful, after all, it was only the legendary perfect cultivation method. Yangchen had never been successfully cultivated before. Yang Chen himself was the pioneer of opening the furnace. What would happen? Only Yang Chen himself could explore. Everything was still unknown. However, one thing was completely certain. That is, once Yang Chen's full attribute Jiran was successful, then Yang Chen would definitely be the first person in the Yuanying stage realm. Even the masters of the peak Yuanying stage would not necessarily be able to compete with Yang Chen. Chapter 810. After refining 2 furnaces of first-grade questioning inner heart pills and 1 furnace of second-grade questioning inner heart pills, Yang Chen finally came out. Yang Chen's retreat was 15 years. When he was concentrating on cultivation, he didn't feel the passage of time. When he came out, he found that so much time had passed. The sect didn't seem to have changed much, but the spirit on the faces of the disciples of the sect seemed to be different, and all of them were very proud. When he saw his master, he was naturally happy. Over the years, Gao Yu had almost washed the dragon horn and started the refining work. Because of the extreme difficulty of refining, this work would last for at least a few decades. The master ancestor had also been helping. He was very satisfied with the improvement of Yang Chen's cultivation. After encouraging him, he wanted Yang Chen to make persistent efforts. When the master of the palace saw Yang Chen, he said a lot. The matters of the sect, the outside things, as long as they were related to Chunyang Palace, they were basically not left behind. In the past few years, Chunyang Palace has recruited thousands of qualified reserve disciples. After many assessments, most of the new disciples were sent to the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave. Judging from the current mountain gate of Chunyang Palace, the strength of Chunyang Palace has not improved a lot, and it is developing step by step. The Wine Immortal House and Chunyang Palace have now cooperated with each other. In some positions, Chunyang Palace has even inserted core disciples to preside over them. Now, the big and small things that happened outside basically can't escape the control of Chunyang Palace, and it is also convenient for Chunyang Palace to adjust its external strategy at any time. However, these were all secrets, and people from other sect never knew about it. The only thing that could be said to let outsiders know about the great increase in strength was that Chunyang Palace held an apprenticeship ceremony more than a decade ago. At that ceremony, Chunyang Palace recruited hundreds of monster cultivators to join the Hall of Eccentrics at one time. There were 12 nascent soul cultivators, more than 80 golden core cultivators, and the rest were all at the foundation establishment stage. Although these forces were completely incomparable to those of the big sect, the sudden addition of 12 Yuanying masters was also the result of the doubling of the high-end strength of Chunyang Palace, which made people frequently look at them. And there was another great piece of good news, which was also kept secret by Chunyang Palace. In the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave, the Deshang stage monster race Ho Yun, under the frequent contact of the old tree demon and Wang Yong, was also from the beginning of hostility to mutual appreciation. Finally, under the temptation of the questioning inner heart pill, he joined Chunyang Palace and became the 3rd master of the Deshang stage in Chunyang Palace. With 3 masters of the Deshang stage, many things could be solved by the sect of Chunyang Palace. However, Chunyang Palace did not announce Ho Yun's joining to the public. Instead, Ho Yun was used as a secret weapon. Recently, Ho Yun had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and was stuck in the middle stage of the Deshang stage. Chunyang Palace was not stingy. They directly sent a questioning inner heart pill and let Ho Yun retreat to attack the realm. At least for the next 10 years, it was estimated that Ho Yun would spend the time in retreat. After all, Ho Yun was different from the masters of these big sect outside. He had been confined to the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave and had not traveled out. No matter from the perspective of vision or knowledge, he could not compare with those masters. Even with the help of the transformation secret art and the systematic cultivation method provided by Chunyang Palace, it still took several times more time to cross the bottleneck than the masters of those big sect. When he finished his retreat, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, Chunyang Palace would arrange for him to go out to gain experience and increase his knowledge. There were more and more core disciples, and the hundreds of high-grade flying sword that Yang Qin brought back last time were also distributed, which improved the combat effectiveness of the core disciples to a higher level. Now, Chunyang Palace was like those big sect. After the core disciples reached the Jidan stage and consolidated their realm, they would begin to temper their life source flying sword. Compared with the previous Yuanying stage, they could not find a suitable magic weapon as their life source flying sword. The difference was like heaven and earth. The things that happened in Chunyang Palace were all good things. The sect was thriving. No wonder the disciples he saw had a youthful face. Before Yang Chen's retreat, some people had ideas about Yang Chen. In this regard, the Wine Immortal House spent a lot of effort to investigate. The news came from the mouths of some high-level members of the Greatest Heaven sect, but it was heard by several alchemy sects such as the Pill Cauldron sect and the 100 Medicine sect. In addition, some rogue alchemy masters also received such news. This was purely a matter to make trouble for Yang Qin, and it was also a conspiracy to deliberately provoke greedy people and cause chaos. Maybe in the chaos, someone could really find a trace of Yang Chen's alchemy secrets. At that time, everyone was naturally likely to benefit. This method seemed clumsy, but it was very effective. Chunyang Palace had sent a stern note to several sects, but no matter what attitude the other party used to deal with it, they would not be polite when it was time to make a move. It was just that everyone was afraid of those masters who needed Yang Chen's alchemy, so they had to restrain themselves. At least on the surface, they were harmonious and said that it was a misunderstanding. In this regard, Yang Chen was not surprised. Even if Yang Chen had not reached the 5th grade realm, outsiders would have a lot of speculations. After all, the questioning inner heart pill. This pill recipe was enough to make people tempted. Moreover, for those people, Yang Chen did not pay attention to them. Over the years, were there not many people who wanted to kill Yang Chen? The master of the palace was also worried about himself, but he completely forgot that he had brought back the body of the second city lord. It seemed that the position of the master of the palace for Yang Chen was also getting heavier and heavier, otherwise he would not be so tight. The 5 Element sect and the Qinkuan sect were considered to be close to each other. They had a close friendship with the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. They were the first big sect to know that Yang Chen was a 5th grade alchemist master, so the request for alchemy was also the earliest. The 2 major sects were asking for pills, asking for the questioning inner heart pill. During the 15 years of Yang Chen's retreat, the Green Jade Immortal Island had another master of the Deshang stage, who also broke through after taking the questioning inner heart pill. In just 20 years, for masters of the Deshang stage appeared consecutively because of the questioning inner heart pill, and the entire cultivation world had gone completely crazy. Countless people wanted to get a questioning inner heart pill, but there had always been a price without a market. No matter how high the price was, no one would sell it. The 5 Element sect and the Qinkuan sect simply wanted to get the questioning inner heart pill at all costs. Both sects knew that if the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island had always occupied this advantage, then it was not a fantasy to surpass them in all aspects, but it had become a reality. For this reason, the price offered by the 2 sects to the Chunyang Palace had almost made the master of the palace, who was used to seeing good things in recent years, somewhat dumbfounded. Of course, the benefits of Yang Chen were indispensable. The remuneration given to Yang Chen even exceeded that of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. Chapter 8:11. This was very easy to understand. First, the 2 sects were eager to ask for pills. Second, the status of Yang Chen was also not the same as in the past. As a 5th grade alchemist master, the price tag was naturally different. The fire seeds that Yang Chen needed, the 2 sects were prepared and even deliberately eliminated the repetitive parts. It could be said that these big sect families were rich. In addition to the same number of fire seeds as the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, there were other things. The materials for alchemy were naturally prepared by themselves. In addition, it seemed that everyone knew that Yang Qin liked to read miscellaneous books. Each prepared 20,000 volumes of miscellaneous books, as well as some rare medicinal materials as a thank you gift. The most important reward was not in kind, but a promise of a favor. Both the Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect were willing to give Yang Qin a chance to ask. As long as Yang Qin opened his mouth and did not harm the interests of the two sect could do one thing for Yang Qin unconditionally. This was a price that would make anyone speechless. Whether it was the Five Elements sect or the Qinkuan sect, if they did one thing with the strength of the whole sect, it was estimated that it would change the dynasty in the mortal world. It was just a matter of a word. The power could be imagined. For the questioning inner heart pills, the two sect also did their best and were determined to win. Yang Qin certainly didn't care. Anyway, the two allies of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island had already taken the lead. After a few decades, it was not a big deal to refine a furnace of questioning inner heart pills for the Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect. The key was to pull the two sect around the Chunying Palace, at least in key matters, to speak for the Chunying Palace. It was just that the two sect had to discuss who would be the first and who would be the last. The master of the palace also asked Yang Qin's opinion. After Yang Qin thought for a moment, he suddenly smiled and said, "Simply open a furnace first. Let the two sects share it equally. 25 years later, open another furnace, and then divide it equally." This was the plan of many rogue cultivators. The two sect masters were big and powerful, so they naturally wouldn't think of this. Palace Master Zhang Jiao was still having a headache about how to coordinate the relationship between the two sides. This was indeed a good idea that would not hurt the harmony and could benefit both sides. He had opened two furnaces of questioning inner heart pills, and Yang Qin simply handed them over to the head of the palace. As long as the palace master took out a part of it when the time came, he would take the other part after 25 years. At least for the next 50 years, Yang Qin wouldn't have to consider refining pills for others. Of course, now Yang Qin's refining has at least 30 questioning inner heart pills, and the two major sect have at most 20, which is the same as the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. Each family will be given 2 second-grade questioning inner heart pills, which is also a balance consideration. As for the two sect masters paying a higher price, this is also something that can't be helped. Who let the two sect masters not be optimistic about Chunying Palace at the beginning and did not cooperate with Chunying Palace? Who would have thought that the small Chunying Palace would develop like this in 100 years, and there would be such a monstrous alchemist master? After the two major sect masters had the questioning inner heart pills, their strength would also skyrocket in a short period of time. At that time, the faces of the Taishaman masters would definitely look good. He just didn't know if the Taishaman hesitated and found out that even the Five Elements sect, Qinkuan sect, had the questioning inner heart pills. Would they regret not getting rid of Yang Qin earlier, or should they regret not cooperating with Chunying Palace earlier? Yang Qin's purpose was to let the sects that compete with Taishaman vigorously develop. Even if the Taishaman were eliminated, it would not be his own sect alone. Chunying Palace was not the only sect that had been oppressed by Taishaman over the years. He thought that it would be calm for a while and nothing would happen, but the appearance of Shanghai Feng brought Yang Qin bad news. The Wanbao Tower in Chinchou Pavilion, presided over by Shanghai Feng, was also thriving with the support of Yang Qin and Knife Scar. Now, several branches had been opened. Not only did the business reach Sherwan Mountains, but there were also branches of Wanbao Tower in several famous markets. Shanghai Feng came to Yang Qin, but he told Yang Qin something that he had just received. A branch of Wanbao Tower in the South China Sea was uprooted some time ago, and he only got the news today. Knowing that Yang Qin had come out of closed-door training, Shanghai Feng did not dare to act on his own and hurriedly came to tell Yang Qin. Are our people okay? Yang Qin frowned, but he still asked the manager and the shop assistant over there if they were injured. The manager and the shop assistant were all disciples of Chunying Palace. Generally, they felt that there was no hope for cultivation, so they turned to business and also hoped to leave some wealth for their descendants. It's all gone. Shanghai Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He also knew that some property would not put Yang Qin in his heart, but things were very cruel. He could only tell the truth. The people and goods are gone, and those people did not intend to leave anyone alive. South China Sea? Individual Cultivators Alliance? Yang Qin chewed on these two words and asked after a while, who did it? It's an Individual Cultivators Alliance called Hidden Dragon Cave. Shanghai Feng gritted his teeth and replied, I bought the news from the wine Immortal house. The people of Hidden Dragon Cave took a fancy to a few magic weapons, but they didn't buy them after arguing with others, so they destroyed the Wanbao Tower to vent their anger. As he said, Shanghai Feng punched the wall heavily. It took me decades to train the manager and the shop assistant. The youngest shop assistant also said that he wanted to earn spirit stones for his son to buy a good flying sword. His son's qualifications were better than him, and he was already a disciple valued by the sect. While talking, Shanghai Feng almost shed tears. It's only been 10 years and it's gone. Getting along with those guys day and night, Shanghai Feng's relationship with them was really unusual. Hearing the bad news, he was also very sad and angry. Hidden Dragon Cave? In the voice of Yang Qin, there was a little more coldness. The name of Hidden Dragon Cave was not unfamiliar to Yang Qin. In the memory of his previous life, Hidden Dragon Cave was actually a peripheral organization of Taishaman. It was secretive and specialized in doing things for Taishaman that were inconvenient for them to do. These guys were ruthless and there were few survivors. In the South China Sea, it was also an arrogant and domineering alliance. Although the scale was not the largest, no one was willing to provoke it. Even if the people of Hidden Dragon Cave did not bully the door, Yang Qin would not let the people of Hidden Dragon Cave live well. What's more, now the people of Hidden Dragon Cave dared to touch the disciples of Chunying Palace, and they deserved to die. How could Yang Qin let go of the opportunity that was sent to him? It was not only revenge, but also to cut off the peripheral arms of Taishaman and weaken the power of Taishaman. It was killing two birds with one stone. I will go in person. Yang Qin was in retreat and had not gone out for a long time. He just took this opportunity to go out and gain experience. Moreover, this kind of thing to behead the claws of Taishaman, Yang Qin would never let others do it. The enemy had to do it himself, and it would be more enjoyable. Yang Qin's tone of speech and the content of his words sounded very calm. However, after doing business for hundreds of years, Shanghai Feng, who had just been promoted to Jedon Realm, had long been accustomed to observing people's words and expressions. Yang Qin seemed calm, but there was a murderous intent slowly seeping out from the inside out. Even Shanghai Feng, who was close to Yang Qin, could not help but shiver. Chapter 812. The overseas area where the Hidden Dragon Cave was located was a long distance from the territory of the Dao sections. With the speed of Yang Qin, it would take almost half a year to get there. In his previous life, when Yang Qin was chased by Taishaman, he hid in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance there for a long time and was very familiar with it. At that time, Yang Qin learned the inside story of the Hidden Dragon Cave and their relationship with Taishaman when he was chased by Taishaman. Now, Yang Qin has not had time to find them to settle accounts. They have already extended their claws to the industry of Chunying Palace. The new hatred added to the old hatred. How could it be tolerated? However, there was one thing that Yang Qin understood very well. The influence of the Dao sects in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was pitifully small. Otherwise, in his previous life, Yang Qin could not hide there for hundreds of years without anyone knowing. It was impossible for Yang Qin to rely on the influence of Chunying Palace to reason over there. Of course, Yang Qin never intended to reason with the hidden dragon cave. To reason with Taishimin, who had always looked at the sky, who recognized Chunyang Palace. Moreover, the hidden dragon cave never said that it had anything to do with Taishimin. It was also the people of the hidden dragon cave who did it, and it had nothing to do with Taishimin. Yang Chen's initial plan was to kill people, but the power of the hidden dragon cave was not small. Yang Chen alone might not be able to take care of it. Therefore, Yang Chen directly found Shi Kuei and Xie Sha. Killing people, do you want to go? In the face of the two mutants, Yang Chen asked straightforwardly, Go. Why don't you go? Shi Kuei and Xie Sha were practicing. When they heard Yang Chen's words, their eyes suddenly lit up. Killing people with Yang Chen, not only was it very enjoyable every time, but it also released the wildness of Shi Kuei and Xie Sha, and there was no future trouble. How could these two guys let go of such a good thing? Do you need more help? Xie Sha agreed first, then immediately asked, Other helpers? Yang Chen was stunned. When he killed people, he liked to take Shi Kuei and Xie Sha with him. At most, he took the old tree demon and other helpers. Yang Chen didn't think of who it was for the time being. The 8 new Yuanying stage cultivators who joined the Hall of Eccentrics are all your martial uncles. They are bored inside. If you need to, you can also take them to have fun. Xie Sha explained. The 8 Yuanying stage masters he mentioned were the monster race masters who were subdued from the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave. In the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave, they could only fight with each other to relieve boredom. It was indeed, as Xie Sha said, idle and flustered. Of course, Yang Chen would not dislike having more helpers. These guys were all fierce people who killed without blinking. Since he wanted to kill the people of Hidden Dragon Cave, naturally, the more helpers, the better. Okay, ask them if they want to go together. Yang Chen was also straightforward in doing things. These Yuanying stage masters had made a heart oath, and they all saw the hope of promotion in Chunyang Palace. They were absolutely loyal, and there was no doubt about it. As a result, Yang Chen, Shi Kuei, and Xie Sha appeared in front of several other Yuanying stage masters of the Hall of Eccentrics. Every time he came to the front of a master, Yang Chen seemed to ask the same sentence, Killing people, do you want to go? Perhaps they had already heard from Shi Kuei and Xie Sha that no one cared about going out with Yang Chen to kill people and set fires. Several new Yuanying stage masters did not object. They all got up and followed Yang Chen without saying a word. This movement was too big, and it directly alarmed the old tree demon Gui Shanyu, the hall master of the Hall of Eccentrics. At the beginning, it was the old tree demon who followed Yang Chen to kill and set fires. This time, when he heard that Yang Chen was going to go out again, he couldn't help but feel itchy. Do you need help? The old tree demon's actions were very direct, and his question was very direct. He took the initiative to appear in front of Yang Chen and ask this question, What I want? Of course, the more of such masters, the better. Yang Chen didn't mind Chunyang Palace coming out, but it was impossible at that time. The old tree demon was willing to take the initiative to help. Yang Chen was certainly happy. Gui Shanyu was now the hall master of the Hall of Eccentrics and also an elder of Chunyang Palace. Of course, he couldn't leave at will, but this did not prevent his avatar from going out with Yang Chen. This had not been done once or twice before, and the two were very familiar with it. Bring a new friend with you. The old tree demon was not alone. Everyone knew that if he went out with Yang Chen to kill and set fires, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone looking for trouble. This was a good opportunity to gain experience. Of course, he had to take care of a few masters. The friend of the old tree demon referred to Ho Yin, a Deshang stage master who had recently joined Chunying Palace, but was secretive. This monster race master, who has been practicing in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave for tens of thousands of years, has not been outside for a long time and has been cultivating. This kind of opportunity to go out was just right for him. Yang Chen was almost happy. He thought that he was just standing up for his own shop, and it was already good to be able to pull Shikue and Xiaxia, who knew that there would be 2 more Desheng stage masters and 8 Yuanying stage masters. This lineup, especially the old tree demon and Hoyin, not to mention to deal with the hidden dragon cave. Even if they faced the top masters of the rogue cultivator alliance over there, they would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Others didn't know the power of the old tree demon, but how could Yang Qin not know? He could continuously suppress the Yin fire tribulation for more than a dozen times. Even the masters of the middle Desheng stage did not dare to say that they could do it, and the old tree demon had easily done it when he was in the peak Yuanying stage. Scar was such a powerful guy, but he did not have the slightest power to fight back under the hands of the old tree demon. This was not counting the fact that the old tree demon had swallowed a whole Penglai divine wood. He believed that the current old tree demon was definitely able to compete with the guy who had reached the peak of the middle stage. The old tree demon was already so powerful, and he could fight with the old tree demon and Wang Yong. How powerful Hoyin, who joined Chunying Palace, was could be seen. With the help of so many masters, Yang Chen was confident that he could completely pull out the hidden dragon cave in one fell swoop. This chess piece, arranged by the Taishaman overseas, has been doomed to perish. It was simple to only take Shikue and Xiaxia out, but it was not a trivial matter to take so many masters of the sect to the overseas rogue cultivator alliance that could not be covered by the power of the Dao sections. In any case, he had to inform the head of the palace and the elders. In fact, Yang Chen had not yet asked the head of the palace, and the head of the palace already knew the movements of Yang Chen. Now Yang Chen was the treasurer of Chunying Palace. It was not known how many people were paying attention to his every move, especially the head of the palace. So when Yang Chen appeared in front of the head of the palace with several masters, the head of the palace was not surprised at all. It's good to go out and gain experience. As soon as the head of the palace opened his mouth, he put Yang Chen's private behavior under the guise of the sect. The masters of the sect also have to walk around. Chapter 8:13. Since this matter was now defined as a master of the sect going out to gain experience, it was not as simple as Yang Chen going out to provoke the hidden dragon cave alone. Yang Chen's every move has been linked to the decisions of the sect. If they dared to target Yang Chen, they would directly target Chunying Palace. At this moment, Yang Chen once again felt the care of the sect. In this regard, Yang Chen was not pretentious and naturally accepted the kindness of the sect. Before setting off, Yang Chen saw Elder Hoyin, who arrived with the old tree demon. From the beginning of knowing the name Hoyin, this was the first time Yang Chen saw Hoyin. Hoyin, who cultivated the transformation secret art, transformed into a sturdy man with the same size as Yang Chen's current body. His whole body revealed an unusually strong aura. In addition to the sturdy figure, Hoyin's face and hands were also densely covered with hair, just like an ordinary person with hirsutism. He did not wear any robes or armor on his body, just an ordinary cotton robe. He looked like a big farmer. If he didn't know the details of Hoyin, even if it was Yang Chen at first sight of Hoyin, he would think that he was an ordinary farmer, not a master of the Desheng stage. As soon as he saw Yang Chen, he didn't wait for the old tree demon to introduce him. He walked forward and came to the opposite side of Yang Chen, looked up and down a few times, reached out and heavily patted on Yang Chen's shoulder twice, laughed, and said, "Yang Chen, good, good. This is what a cultivator should be like." Hoyin's words caused a burst of contempt from several surrounding Yuanying stage monster cultivators. At the Yuanying stage, everyone cultivated the transformation secret art and became a human body. But at most, it was to maintain a strong figure, which was completely different from Yang Chen's cultivation of the body refining technique. It was estimated that this was what made Hoyin look very much to his liking. Just this one action and one sentence made everyone except the old tree demon, Shikue, and Xiaxia secretly surprised in their hearts. They were all experts and had experienced Hoyin's prowess. Don't look at the 2 times he patted Yang Qin seemed intimate and casual, but everyone understood how powerful Hou Yun was. Those 2 slaps, the ordinary monster race masters could be easily slapped to the ground. At least half of the Yuanying stage masters present were softened by Hou Yun's intimate actions. After all, Hou Yun's body was a Herculean ape king, born with divine power. Even the powerful guys like Shi Kuei and Xie Sha, in the face of Hou Yun's casual slap, they also used all their strength to resist. Coupled with the strong physique of their monster clan, they could bear it. Seeing that Yang Qin stood in the same place without even changing his expression, and so casually took Hou Yun's 2 hits, and there was no sign of Yang Qin using spirit force, everyone was surprised and suddenly looked at Yang Qin in a new light. The Yuanying stage masters who did not have much contact with Yang Qin did not know much about Yang Qin. They all heard about him. But looking at Hou Yun's 2 slaps, Deng Sihai's view of Yang Qin has changed. As for Hou Yun himself, he was even more surprised. He did not expect that Yang Qin, a little junior in the middle Jeton stage, could take his 2 slaps without batting an eyelid. Although Hou Yun was afraid of hurting Yang Qin in the first slap, but seeing Yang Qin so relaxed, the second slap was the greatest strength of his body. The power of that slap was more than 100,000 jin. It was estimated that the Yuanying stage masters had to try their best to mobilize the whole body's spirit power and monster power to make themselves stand firm. Even with such a huge force, Yang Qin stood in the same place and did not move much. At this time, even Hou Yun could not help but look at this junior differently. He only knew from the mouth of the old tree demon that Yang Qin was capable, but he still had some disapproval in his heart. How powerful could a junior in the Jeton stage be? Under the 2 slaps, Hou Yun's contempt flew away without a trace. He originally thought that Yang Qin was only good at alchemy, and that his cultivation should not be worth mentioning. However, standing in the same place, he did not even mobilize his spirit power, and only relied on his physical strength to withstand his 2 slaps. With this move alone, Hou Yun knew that if they really fought, maybe these Yuanying stage masters around him would not necessarily be the opponent of Yang Qin. As a master of the Deshang stage, and a master who has been cultivating for tens of thousands of years, how rich his experience was. In the blink of an eye, Hou Yun changed to a laughing face and praised him again and again. Yang Qin was such an interesting disciple. It seemed that it was not a bad thing to go out with him. Didn't you see that even a master like the old tree demon couldn't help but send out his clone? Before the trip, Yang Qin went to say goodbye to his master. Gao Yu was now refining the dragon horn flying sword, and within 100 years he would not want to leave Chunyang Palace. This was also good, at least his safety could be absolutely guaranteed. On the other hand, Gong Sunling had already been waiting for Gao Yu. Yang Qin was going out, and she, who had been back for some days, naturally had to follow him. Killing people, do you want to go? For Gong Sunling, Yang Qin was no exception. After saying goodbye to his master, he went to Gong Sunling and asked casually, "Go." Gong Sunling looked at Yang Qin with a smile on her face and replied. Going out with Yang Qin to do the same thing made her have a feeling of following her husband. This feeling was very sweet. On the South China seaside, Gong Sunling had not been there yet. Taking this opportunity, she could also add the South China Sea to the mountain river geographical map, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, adding up to 14 people, except for Yang Qin and Gong Sunling, who were in the Jeton stage. The others were either in the Yuanying stage or the Deshang stage. They were all seniors. Yang Qin naturally couldn't send everyone to the Dome Hall, so everyone went on Gong Sunling's building ship and flew towards the South China Sea. After arriving at the sea, the water-dividing wings were blessed on both sides of the ship, and the speed suddenly doubled. However, there were still a few months' journey from the rogue Cultivator Alliance in the South China Sea. Everyone was on the ship, cultivating separately. Of course, Yang Qin was not stingy, and a lot of jade dragon wine was enough. The food carefully made by Gong Sunling made a group of monster cultivators swallow their tongues. Along the way, Everyone exchanged toasts and was very happy. While on the road, Yang Chen was also thinking about how to start with the hidden dragon cave so that others could not say anything. Even if it was the Taishamen, they could only eat this loss, but they could not find Yang Chen to settle accounts. All of this needed a title that would make Yang Chen kill all the people in the hidden dragon cave, and no one would stand on the side of the hidden dragon cave morally. Of course, the shop in the Wanbao Tower was destroyed, and all the shopkeepers in the shop were killed, which was a good reason. However, these were not enough. In his previous life, Yang Chen, who had been hiding from the Taishamen for more than 100 years, knew that if he wanted to do it thoroughly, he must at least let the people of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance stand on his side. Chapter 8:14. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance on the South China Sea side was located on a large archipelago in the middle of the South China Sea. It was very far from the Dao sect's territory, and there were many islands around, and there were even many places suitable for cultivators to cultivate under the sea, which was why the Dao sect could no longer exert influence. The journey was long, and it was impossible for the masters to come out of their nests regardless of the safety of their nests, and a few small minions could not guarantee complete control of this place, which became a paradise for rogue cultivators. The largest forces here were several rogue cultivator alliances, and the Hidden Dragon Cave was one of them. The Hidden Dragon Cave occupied more than a dozen relatively small islands, united hundreds of people, and became a small rogue cultivator alliance among several forces. The most powerful master of the Hidden Dragon Cave was a cave master of the peak Yuanying stage, who was extremely fierce. In this rogue cultivator's territory, he also made a big name for himself, and ordinary people did not dare to touch the tiger's whiskers easily. Yang Chen and his party rushed all the way, but did not directly find the Hidden Dragon Cave, but found the largest rogue cultivator alliance, the South China Sea Alliance. The South China Sea Alliance was simply the local emperor on the South China Sea side, even more arrogant than the Taishamen in the Dao sect. First, the strength of the South China Sea Alliance was indeed shocking. The four Deshang stage backers occupied the hundreds of islands with the most abundant resources and the largest area. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the alliance, which was simply a huge sect. However, the South China Sea Alliance did not declare the establishment of a sect, and mainly absorbed rogue cultivators. However, although the South China Sea Alliance was overbearing, it paid attention to the rules, which was one of the reasons why Yang Chen came here to find the South China Sea Alliance directly. Of course, another important reason was that the development of the South China Sea Alliance in the next few hundred years. Yang Chen knew almost all of them. Right now, there was just one thing that could be used by Yang Chen. Only Yang Chen appeared outside the gate of the South China Sea Alliance. Others were resting on the ship with Gong Sunling. The arrival of a group of masters did not attract anyone's attention. Only two people showed up, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. In this South China Sea, two juniors in the Jedon stage were not enough to make people wary. Who? Give me your name. As soon as Yang Chen approached the gate of the South China Sea Alliance, someone immediately shouted. It must be said that the South China Sea sect did have the capital to be domineering. Even at the door, there were two Jedon stage masters with more than a dozen foundation stage disciples, almost no less than those big sections. I'm Yang Chen, the owner of Wanbao Tower, and I'm here to pay a visit to Alliance Master Bien. Yang Chen followed the etiquette and handed over the visiting card. However, Yang Chen did not say that he was from Chunyang Palace. Instead, he came with the identity of the owner of Wanbao Tower. Bien Shuren was the leader of the South China Sea Alliance, but it was only the leader on the surface. The real master behind the scenes was the master of the Thinking Deshang stage, but they had been concentrating on cultivation and were unwilling to manage these mundane things. Yang Chen, the owner of Wanbao Tower? Never heard of it. Seeing Yang Chen's greeting etiquette, the two Jedon stage masters in charge of the door looked at each other and saw the strangeness in each other's eyes. Then one of the Jedon stage masters waved his hand impatiently and snapped, "Can you see the leader of the Alliance? Why don't you step back?" The eyes of several people were all raised to the sky. How could they look up to a guy they had never heard of? If it weren't for Yang Chen's courtesy, maybe he would have been thrown out. In this regard, Yang Chen was not surprised at all. It was not difficult to join the South China Sea Alliance, but it was not so easy to see the leader of the South China Sea Alliance. Bian Shuren and several other senior executives had been troubled by one thing for a long time. Unless it was a major event or a big figure related to the alliance, they would not come forward easily. "I'll have to trouble you to report this matter." Although Yang Chen was scolded harshly, there was no change on his face. He still said to the gatekeepers on the opposite side, "I know a little bit about the art of Qi Huang. Maybe I can help the leaders and elders solve some problems." Bian Shuren's own son suddenly suffered from a strange disease 200 years ago. His whole body was sore and weak, and he relied on Bian Shuren and several other elders to take turns to inject spiritual power every day to continue his life. This son of Bian Shuren was the apple of his eye. He was also the darling of his sworn brothers, who were also elders. They had watched him grow up. Originally, his aptitude and cultivation were excellent. Unexpectedly, after one trip to the sea, he inexplicably became like this. Bian Shuren and a few of his brothers exhausted all their efforts to save his life. Many people in the alliance were not very clear about these things. Yang Chen also learned these secrets after escaping from the South China Sea Alliance 100 years later. But by that time, the South China Sea Alliance was already on the verge of collapse, and it could no longer shelter Yang Chen. Now Yang Chen said that he knew some of the art of Qi Huang, and the two gatekeepers of the Jedon stage masters suddenly muttered. There was no news of the Alliance master needing any doctor or anything like that. What did Yang Chen mean by this? They didn't want to report it, but they were afraid of breaking the master of the Alliance master. But if they reported it to the Alliance master and ignored it, they were unwilling to disturb the Alliance master for no reason. Yang Chen also saw the hesitation of the two Jedon stage masters and said with a smile, "It's not necessary to report to the Alliance master. Any elder on duty can do it. It's just hard for you to make a trip. I will be grateful." As he spoke, Yang Chen took out a middle-grade spirit stone, which seemed to be 1 or 2 jin, and handed it over easily. Letting others run errands naturally can't be in vain. With this middle-grade spirit stone, and Yang Chen just reported to the elder on duty instead of the Alliance master. The two Jedon stage masters were no longer under pressure. The two looked at each other, and one of them nodded quickly. "You wait here." Then they turned and left. After a cup of tea, the Jedon stage master, who went to report, rushed back. He glanced at Yang Chen strangely, then bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation, and said loudly, "Distinguished guest, please come with me." In just a short time, the title became a distinguished guest, which must have surprised the Jedon stage master. Yang Chen has never heard of this person. How did he know that the Alliance needed a doctor? Yang Chen did not have the slightest pressure and followed the Jedon stage master into the South China Sea Alliance. Even the elder on duty was also Bian Shuren's sworn brother. How could he not know the current predicament of the South China Sea Alliance? "Are you a doctor?" In the guest hall, Yang Chen met the elder on duty. What made Yang Chen strange was that this elder turned out to be a woman. For a moment, Yang Chen thought of the identity of the elder, the wife of Bian Shuren, Shu Lanqiu. Chapter 8:15. Speaking of it, Shu Lanqiu was the person he cared about the most, because she was the mother of the sick Bian Yong. Even Bian Shuren was not as concerned about Bian Yong's condition as Shu Lanqiu. As soon as she heard Yang Chen say that he was a doctor, and he sounded very confident, she immediately brought him in. "Greetings, Elder Shu." Yang Chen did not directly answer Shu Lanqiu's question, but bowed first, then straightened up and said in a clear voice, "This Junior Yang Chen, as the owner of Wanbao Tower, has a little dabbled in alchemy. Wanbao Tower? Shu Lanqiu looked at Yang Qin and suddenly sneered. Wanbao Tower has been bullying the market in my South China Sea and has been erased by the hidden Dragon Cave. What are you doing here? Naturally, it is to seek justice for my Wanbao Tower's shopkeeper and staff. Yang Qin faced Shu Lanqiu's sneer without any fear and directly stated his purpose. No matter which sect you are from, I advise you that the South China Sea is not a place where you can intervene. Where you come from, you should go back honestly. Shu Lanqiu said lightly. Originally, she disdained to see a junior in the Jian stage, but since it involved Bianyong, it was natural to care more. Just looking at Shu Lanqiu's efforts for a while, she knew the name of Wanbao Tower and knew how well the South China Sea Alliance controlled this side. Even the excuse that the 10,000 treasure tower was destroyed by the hidden dragon cave was known, it can be seen. Whether or not my Wanbao Tower is bullying the market, the elder knows in his heart. Yang Qin didn't talk back, just said one sentence. If the elders of the South China Sea Alliance can't see what's wrong with this kind of pretense of seizing, it would be too low. A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. I can't blame others. Shu Lanqiu smiled slightly and said nothing more. Things that everyone had a tacit understanding about would be meaningless if they were exposed. These were chores. Shu Lanqiu was concerned about whether Yang Qin could really cure Bianyong, so she immediately changed the topic. Mr. said that you are proficient in the art of Qi Huang. Is that true? I don't dare. I just know a thing or two. Yang Qin expressed modestly again. He knew that Shu Lanqiu would definitely take the initiative to mention this matter. I have never heard of patience in the South China Sea Alliance, but where did you know? Shu Lanqiu listened to Yang Chen's words, but her face slowly changed, and there was a sharpness in her speech, and there was also a bit more suspicion. Bianyong's serious illness was due to his injuries. After his injuries were healed, he was left with a permanent illness. No matter what kind of elixirs he used, it was of no use. Only a few high-level members of the South China Sea Alliance knew about this, and it had been kept secret. Yang Qin was able to know it, which was naturally very suspicious. This younger generation junior has a slight understanding of the art of Qi Huang. A few years ago, I had a chance to see the Alliance Master Bien from a distance. Yang Chen's words, with a sense of fear, said, at that time the face of the Alliance Master Bien did not seem to be very good. So what? Shu Lanqiu's face became more and more gloomy. What was the relationship between seeing her husband a few years ago and finding out that there was a patient? Could it be that a bad complexion was sick? At that time, it seemed that the Alliance Master Bien was a little ill. Yang Qin didn't care how gloomy Shu Lanqiu's face was and said to himself, I was not sure, but after seeing the elder, I was more sure. A few years ago, he saw the face of the Alliance Master Bien and suspected that he was sick. Now he saw the wife of the Alliance Master Bien. He was more and more sure that the Alliance Master Bien was sick. He said it in front of Shu Lanqiu, the wife of the Alliance Master Bien. How could it not make Shu Lanqiu furious? May I ask if Mr. is here to provoke my South China Sea Alliance? Shu Lanqiu was furious and immediately stood up. This junior's eyes will not be wrong. Yang Qin sat on the side unmoved. Although Shu Lanqiu looked angry, she still called him Mr., which has explained a lot of problems. This little trick has not been put in Yang Chen's eyes. Does Mr. really think that my husband and I are both slightly ill? Shu Lanqiu saw Yang Chen's confident appearance, and she also believed a little. Could it be that Bianyong's illness infected her and her husband, so it was seen by Yang Qin? The Alliance Master Bien and the elder are still a small matter for you now. I'm afraid that the people who are really ill are not a day or two. Yang Qin shook his head slowly and said these words. As soon as these words came out, Shu Lanqiu's heart was filled with a little more hope. Bianyong has been ill for hundreds of years. Shu Lanqiu and her husband have tried their best to no avail. They can only rely on a few sworn brothers to help with spiritual power every day to maintain their vitality. Yang Qin only looked at himself and Bian Shiren and judged that there was a patient. This eyesight was really amazing. Maybe he could really cure Bian Yang's illness. To tell you the truth, there is indeed a patient. Of course, Shu Lanqiu would not easily let go of the life-saving straw. Since Yang Qin saw it, she immediately went down the slope and admitted that there was a patient. It must be a close person to the alliance Master Bian and the elder. Yang Qin did not have the joy of guessing right and said faintly, "The person who is seriously ill is my son." At this moment, Shu Lanqiu no longer needed to hide it and quickly admitted it, but immediately followed by asking Mr. "My son has been weak in limbs, poor in appetite, lethargy, and listlessness, but what is the disease?" I haven't seen the patient. This younger generation junior doesn't dare to make irresponsible remarks. Yang Qin did not answer, but replied faintly. Shu Lanqiu also scolded herself for being too concerned. If it was an ordinary disease, it could be diagnosed and treated by others. How could it be delayed for hundreds of years without being cured? But she asked a little too anxiously. Blame this old body for being rude. Shu Lanqiu stood up and very respectfully made a gesture to Yang Qin. I also ask Mr. to move and treat my child. Soon, the two arrived at the room where Bian Yong was recuperating. In the room, in addition to Bian Yong, there was also a big man. His eyes were like electricity, staring at Yang Qin for a while. If Shu Lanqiu hadn't come in with Yang Qin, maybe this big man would have started immediately. Please make a diagnosis. Shu Lanqiu once again invited Yang Qin. Yang Qin sat in front of the bed, then looked at the patient's eyes, checked the tongue coating, felt the pulse on both wrists, and even palpated the patient, then frowned and got up. How is it? Shu Lanqiu asked nervously. As a mother, she was more anxious than anyone about Bian Yang's situation. This is not an illness. Yang Qin said with certainty, this is a rare poison. Chapter 816. Poisoned. Not only Shu Lanqiu, but even the big man who had been listening suddenly exclaimed. There was no way. This news was so shocking that they simply couldn't accept it. For hundreds of years, people didn't know how many famous doctors they had secretly found, whether in the secular world or in the cultivation world. They all thought that it was a rare disease that could not be cured. However, as soon as Yang Qin met, he said that he was poisoned by a rare poison. How could this be tolerated? Is my son really poisoned? The big man asked again in a low voice, and at the same time he waved his big hand and several restrictions wrapped the entire room where the sick bed was located, so that no one would hear it. It's poisoning. Yang Qin nodded heavily, sighed, and said with certainty, I'm sure that this is poisoning, Alliance Master Bian. The other party called the patient as his son. Naturally, it was Bian Shiren himself. Not to mention that Yang Qin had also claimed to have seen Bian Shiren before, and he couldn't call out the Alliance Master Bian. What poison? As soon as Bian Shiren heard that Yang Qin was confirmed to be poisoned, he suddenly changed into a different person, full of murderous intent. Is there a way to cure it? Shu Lanqiu next to him had already cried with joy. For the first time in so many years, someone had given a diagnosis with great certainty. Whether it was a disease or poisoning, there was always a direction to work towards. Young Master Bian's poison is not a big problem. At most, it will make people weak, drowsy, and absent-minded. It will not be fatal for a while. Yang Qin said slowly, while organizing his own words. On the contrary, the two of you may have some trouble. What do you mean? Bian Shiren's face suddenly changed again. His son became like this, and Yang Qin said that it was okay. Instead, he said that he and his wife, the two masters of the Yuanying stage, were in trouble. What was his intention? Yang Qin did not answer immediately, but sniffed around for a long time, and his frown never loosened. This action made Bian Shiren and his wife inexplicable. They didn't know what happened, but no one dared to disturb Yang Qin. After a long time, Yang Chen looked puzzled and frowned. It shouldn't be. What shouldn't be? Shu Lanqiu asked in confusion. She was now concerned about her son and her husband, and it also involved herself. In any case, she had to ask clearly. Your son's poison is unique and easy to deal with. Yang Chen explained patiently. It's just that I haven't figured out how the two seniors were poisoned. We are also poisoned. Bian Shiren and Shu Lanqiu were surprised for a while. How is it possible? Up until now, they had not felt anything unusual. How could they say that they were poisoned? Junior knows that Senior doesn't believe me. Yang Chen got straight to the point and didn't beat around the bush. He quickly stated his request. Senior, please find me a live, fiery arowana. We will know at a glance. They were in the middle of the sea, so a live fire arowana was not a rare thing. Although in the secular world, this was already a great, nourishing holy product, but in the South China Sea Alliance, it was just an ordinary thing. Soon, a large wooden basin with seawater and fish was sent to Yang Chen. After still arranging the restriction, Yang Chen got up and grabbed the fiery arowana. He took out a jade bowl and cut the body of the fiery arowana with a knife. After a while, a small bowl of fiery arowana's blood was accumulated. Senior, please start and take a little of your son's blood. Yang Chen was not polite and directly told Shu Lanqiu. Seeing that Yang Chen was so mysterious, Shu Lanqiu and Bian Shiren were also a little anxious. Shu Lanqiu glanced at her husband, and Bian Shiren nodded very slightly. Shu Lanqiu then walked to the sickbed and gently cut Bian Yang's wrist, squeezed out a little blood into a jade cup, and then quickly repaired the small wound with spiritual power. When Shu Lanqiu finished all this, Yang Chen divided the fiery arowana's blood into 4 parts and distributed them in 4 small fish jade bowls. Then he picked up the jade cup and slowly poured the drops of Bian Yang's blood into one of the fiery arowana's blood. Hey! A creepy sound suddenly came out. As soon as the 2 kinds of blood came into contact, white smoke came out and the sizzling sound came out. It took a while before it stopped. When it calmed down, the red blood in the jade bowl had also turned into a strange color liquid, which was actually dark purple. Yang Chen broke the gill off the head of the fiery arowana and threw it into the small jade bowl. After a while, there was another sizzling sound, and the gill began to slowly dissolve in the purple liquid. Almost without Yang Chen saying anything more, Bian Shiren and Shu Lanqiu both took a breath. This blood turned into something that could corrode bones, and the toxicity could be imagined. Immediately afterward, Yang Chen cut a hole in his hand and dripped it into the second jade bowl. The 2 kinds of blood mixed for a long time, without any movement, still so red without any change. Immediately, Yang Chen pushed the remaining 2 jade bowls in front of Bian Shiren and Shu Lanqiu and made a pleased gesture. Obviously, this was Yang Chen's way of letting them try it with blood. The 2 did not hesitate. They cut their blood vessels and squeezed out a few drops of blood and dripped it into the fiery arowana's blood. There was a sound and white smoke, but it was not intense. Compared with Bian Yang's blood, the reaction of the 2 blood was very slight. However, after a while, the red fiery arowana's blood in the jade bowl turned pale purple. At this time, Bian Shiren and Shu Lanqiu's faces suddenly became ugly. They had been poisoned unknowingly, which was really incredible. However, everything in front of them made them unable to believe it. Yang Chen's blood had no reaction, but all 3 of Bian Shiren's family had a reaction. Needless to say, there must be something wrong with this. If the 2 seniors don't believe it, take a closer look at the blood of the 2 seniors. There's already some faint purple in it. Yang Chen sighed and said slowly. Bian Shiren and his wife were even more shocked, and they desperately made a few more drops of blood and dripped it into the white jade bowl and looked at it carefully. At first glance, the faces of the 2 people changed again. In their red blood, there was a little bit of light purple. This light purple was very rare. If it weren't for the fact that both of them were cultivators, their eyesight was greatly increased, and they were reminded by Yang Qin, and the contrast in the white jade bowl was clear. They really wouldn't have been able to find it for a while. This has fully explained one point, that is, Bian Shiren and Shu Lanqiu have been poisoned unknowingly, and the two of them were unaware of it. Chapter 817. Originally, the poison in young Master Bian's body was not a fatal poison, but once it comes into contact with something in the blood of the fire dragon fish, it will turn into a highly toxic poison. Yang Qin explained slowly. In fact, there was no need for Yang Qin to explain too much detail. Both Bian Shiren and Shu Lanqiu understood what was going on. The demonstration just now had explained everything. The two seniors have been taking good care of young Master Bian. The poisonous gas in young Master Bian's body has accumulated for a long time and has also entered your body. Yang Chen continued his judgment. It's just that this younger generation junior has never smelled the blood of the fire dragon fish around you. So I don't understand how the two seniors were poisoned. Seeing Yang Chen's confusion, Bian Shiren and Shu Lanqiu suddenly looked at each other and said in unison, "Tonic soup." "Tonic soup? What is this?" Yang Qin suddenly came up, as if he had found the answer, and asked eagerly. This tonic soup, as the name implies, is used to nourish the spiritual awareness. Shu Lanqiu explained to Yang Chen with a heavy face. Every day after we pass the spiritual power to Yang, we are always tired and have to drink some of this tonic soup. To make this tonic soup, we need to use the fire dragon fish. In just an instant, all three of them understood everything. When Bian Yong was poisoned, the Alliance Master Bian and other elders would drink the tonic soup made by the fire dragon fish after working hard to replenish Bian Yong's vitality every day. They just had face-to-face contact with Bian Yong, and the poisonous gas invasion was almost negligible. In addition, after boiling into the soup, some of the components in the fire dragon fish blood were also negligible. Perhaps 1 or 2 meals didn't matter, but after hundreds of years of accumulation, both of them were unknowingly poisoned. The most ruthless part was that the poison had almost no effect in the early stage. This could be seen from the fact that Bian Shiren and Shu Lanqiu have not noticed any abnormalities. As time went by, who knew what would happen? Not good. Yang Chen suddenly thought of something again and hurriedly reminded. Did the other elders of the South China Sea Alliance also pass the spiritual power to young Master Bian and drink this tonic soup? Not good. When Bian Shiren was reminded by Yang Qin, he was also shocked. In the past 100 years, every elder had helped Bian Yong with their spiritual power. Even the elders of the Deshang stage were no exception. Almost everyone had drunk the spirit-replenishing soup. The thief who did this to Bian Yong must have already calculated this and made such an arrangement. Although it was not known who arranged such a poisonous plan, it was very obvious for the South China Sea Alliance. This has almost wiped out the top executives of the South China Sea Alliance. As long as the time is up, even without the enemy, the top executives of the South China Sea Alliance will die of poison. Without these masters, the South China Sea Alliance will only be scattered. The more Bian Shiren thought about it, the more terrified and furious he became. What kind of enemy would make such a long time and even take hundreds of years to trap the South China Sea Alliance? Not everyone drank the replenishing spirit soup. Shu Lanqiu's face suddenly became ferocious, gnashing her teeth, and said, "There is a person who has never drunk it." Bian Shiren was stunned, and then his face became complicated. Yang Chen was on the side, but he didn't say anything. He just listened quietly, as if it had nothing to do with him. In my South China Sea Alliance, Elder Luo has never liked seafood. He never eats fish and shrimp. Naturally, he will not drink the replenishing spirit soup made by the fire arowana. Bian Shiren seemed to be talking to the air and said these words. But everyone knew that these words were said to Yang Qin. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Yang Chen knew that he had to speak, and he defended the elder Luo who he had never seen before. It's not a big sin not to eat seafood. It's not that Yang Chen's character is good. He has to speak well for others. It's really hundreds of years of friendship with others. Yang Chen is just meeting for the first time. If he speaks badly, who knows what others will think in their hearts? Simply be a good person and think well of people. Even if Bian Shiren doesn't want to think so, it has nothing to do with Yang Chen. Elder Luo is bent on building a relationship with the Central Plains Dao sects. Bian Shiren smiled and did not hide the stranger Yang Chen, whom he met for the first time. He just said to himself, "It's really a coincidence." Hearing Bian Shiren say this, Yang Chen's heart sank for a while. How similar is this hundreds of years of arrangement to the conspiracy of the Taishimen in the Chunyang Palace? The Hidden Dragon Cave is the pawn of the Taishimen. Is there a shadow of the Hidden Dragon Cave in this? Sir, I don't know if this poison can be cured. Shu Lanqiu has always been concerned about whether her son can be saved, and now she is more concerned about whether her husband and herself can be saved. So when Bian Shiren finished venting, she immediately asked Yang Chen, "If the poison is deep, then even the great principal golden immortal can't do anything about it." Yang Chen's words directly sent Shu Lanqiu into the abyss, but immediately pulled her from the abyss to the sky. But now the poison is not deep, it's not difficult. As long as you find a few medicinal materials, you can detoxify it. As for young Master Bian, it's even simpler. The same medicinal materials, remove 2 flavors and refine it. What medicinal materials, as long as Sir can say it, even if it is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, the South China Sea Alliance will definitely be able to find it for Sir. Shu Lanqiu was really excited. Yang Chen could not only save her husband and herself, but also her son. Was there anything happier than this? It's not necessary to go up the mountain of knives and under the sea of fire. Medicinal materials are not too rare. It's easy to find them in the Central Plains. Yang Chen smiled and waved his hand. "I have a branch in the Wanbao Tower." Unfortunately, the branch was robbed by the Hidden Dragon Cave. Listening to Yang Chen talking about the Wanbao Tower, Shu Lanqiu remembered what Yang Chen came for. Yang Chen has helped them so much, and the South China Sea Alliance will also come forward and put pressure on the Hidden Dragon Cave. Just as she was about to tell Yang Chen about this, Shu Lanqiu's face suddenly changed a little. She turned to her husband Bian Shiren and said faintly, "Elder Luo is also on good terms with the people of the Hidden Dragon Cave. The Hidden Dragon Cave is also willing to be involved with the Central Plains. Wanbao Tower has medicinal materials for treatment, but the Hidden Dragon Cave destroyed the branch of Wanbao Tower. It's really a coincidence. Sir, if you don't refine it and take those medicinal materials alone, will it have any effect?" Shu Lanqiu seemed to think of something and asked Yang Chen again. "Of course, it's impossible to completely detoxify it, but it can offset a lot of toxicity." Yang Chen opened his mouth decisively, and the reason was not used. Good, good. Bian Shiren also figured out a lot of things and couldn't help but say 2 good words. "Elder Luo, Hidden Dragon Cave."